Good afternoon. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Anastasia Benjamin. Petrol prices rose to 937 naira per litre amid escalating tension in the Middle East, prompting oil marketers and refinery operators to urge the federal government to provide more crude oil to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery in naira to help stabilize domestic fuel prices. However, the Dangote refinery increased its gantry price from 974 naira to 874 naira. The adjustment followed a jump in oil prices to $84 per barrel, up from below $70 days before the airstrike involving the United States, Iran, Israel, and other countries. Following the increment yesterday, filling stations raised their pump prices to 937 naira or 935 depending on the location. The federal government has formally prohibited cash collection of taxes and banned the mounting of roadblocks for revenue enforcement as part of fresh regulation to implement Nigeria's new tax law nationwide. The disclosure was made in Abuja by the Executive Secretary of the Joint Revenue Board, Olusegun Adeshokan, during the signing of the Presumptive Tax Regulation and Guideline on the implementation of the tax laws at the Federal Ministry of Finance. Adeshokan said the new framework was designed to end informal, cohesive, and fragmented tax prices, particularly at the subnational level. He further explained that the regulations will entrench transparency and equity in tax administration, especially within the commerce and informal sectors. According to him, small businesses with an annual turnover of 12 million naira and below will be exempted under the presumptive tax regime. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has ordered oil electricity distribution companies to pay 20.33 billion naira in outstanding meter reimbursements to customers under the Meter Asset Providers Framework. The commission directed by the total amount must be recovered and fully disbursed to affected customer over 12 months commencing on March 1st, 2026. Under the MAP scheme, customers pay for meters and are refunded by their discos through energy credits. However, the Commission noted that the level of refunds has been very slow over the years, necessitating a new order. Next stated that as of December 31st, 2025, discos had failed to reimburse customers for the meter procured under the MAP framework, leaving an outstanding 20.33 billion naira. Nigeria's maritime sector has recorded a historic surge in activity in 2025, driven by increased cargo throughput, raising container traffic, and a growing export footprint. The report stated that the total cargo throughput rose by 34.8%, increasing from approximately 103.6 million metric tons in 2024 to over 129.3 million metric tons in 2025. The managing director of the Nigerian Sports Authority, Abubakar Dontosho, described the growth as one of the most significant annual increases in Nigeria's maritime history, noting that the milestone strengthened the country's position as a more competitive and strategic player in the regional and global trade. While imports continue to dominate overall cargo traffic, the report highlighted a steady rise in outward trade, with exports accounting for 39.0% of total cargo throughputs. Inward traffic represented 59.2%, while transshipment contributed 1.8%. On the foreign scene, the UK stock market has opened slightly higher today despite continuing energy price volatility over fears the US-Israeli war with Iran may drag on. In London, the FTSE 100 index edged ahead alongside positive trading in Germany and France, contrasting with Asian share which fell for a third day. South Korea and Thailand stock markets were also forced to temporarily halt trading on indexes after plunging by more than 8% and triggering so-called circuit breakers, which aim to provide panic selling. Brent crude rose to 2.5% to hit $83.96 a barrel. However, it is pumped by 15% since Israel and the US began bombing Iran and Tehran responded by attacking neighboring Arab countries. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
They say wahala dey finish.
Nah, this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey
Waiting the happen. Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Now here you go here, waiting the happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder, say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them, come give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. Because they are blood in the chopper. You say this one, no worry. When time I reach, I will say I want to take them. I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gates for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you no miss them at all.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Minutes past 1, Wednesday, March 4, 2026. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima, and it's Business Today. Thank you once again for staying. Business Today airs every Wednesday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. here on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, if you listen to the 12 p.m. news, you would have heard a report about fuel prices and the hike. I mean, we had to do that report. Deborah Adamu found that report where we've had some people complain about the increment in fuel price from pump stations. But this is not news, or this is not so sudden. If you had got fuel like yesterday or 2 days ago and you're buying today, you should have noticed some sort of increment. Well, some people said, oh, they have old stock. Why would they not sell the old stock before they start selling the new price? Well, that's an angle that we always want to talk about this. When it's for business chains or for how businesses decide to run, that's an angle that we argue a lot of times, but then it is what it is. Now, remember that yesterday, was it early yesterday, where the Dangote refinery increased its premium motor spirit country price by 101 naira, raising the ex-depot rate from 774 to 875 per litre, heightening concerns over fresh fuel price increases across the country. Well, of course, Dangote did this as there has been, or he said that they had to do this because of the tensions that have escalated in the Middle East. And, of course, a region that accounts for a significant share of global crude oil supply and energy markets, once again on the edge because of the war in Iran. And then all the bombings that have happened even in parts of Riyadh. Right. So this increase has happened, and with Dangote refinery. However, there seem to be hands crossed, fingers crossed, and looking at what is happening in the international market, looking at what will be happening in Nigeria, especially being one of Africa's largest producers of crude. But I mean, we've always talked about refining issues until Dangote refinery came on board. And I remember we were talking last week, who said, was it the former NNPCL chairman that was saying, oh, if not Dangote, what would we have done? And the question of our local refineries owned by government, and how not functional they are, it's been a conversation we've been having for years now. But now this may be a little different. Well, and different is why now? But the why now that has a big question mark obviously explains why. Because there are tensions in the Middle East, and which is a region that accounts for a significant share of global crude oil supply. So, in response, we've had this region that accounts for this oil supply, energy markets are now once on the edge because oil prices are reacting, freight costs are fluctuating, and emerging economies like ours, Nigeria, watching closely. And that's why we got our response from Dangote Refinery. But we now have a response from the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, that's Petron. They have called for urgent strengthening of Nigeria's local refining capacity. Strengthening of Nigeria's local refining capacity. But I mean, if you read that on the news, I'm going to see that report and see what paragraph we can take, one or two paragraphs. It just raises critical questions, critical business questions, and that's what we're here to ask and get our guests give responses to today on Business Today. Is this the right time for this call? That's one of the questions. Or is this long overdue advice dressed in the urgency of global instability? Because we know that we're the largest when it comes to oil production in Africa. Yet for decades, we have relied heavily on imported refined petroleum products due to underperformance of our refineries. So with the emergence of private refining capacity like Dangote Refinery, which served as relief the conversation around energy security, our forex stability, domestic supply took a new turn. But Petron coming to say let's strengthen our refineries because of the Middle East crisis. How timely is this, right? And can strengthening this local refinery shield the economy? Let's look at how that will happen. And what structural reforms are truly needed to make this work? We've been trying to make this work for as long as a lot of you can remember. So why would now be different? Why does Petron think that it will be a different move now? Here's what they said. This call, Petron says, is coming on the heels of the crisis in the Middle East that has affected the international oil markets, pushing up prices. This proactive approach is essential to minimizing the impact of external geopolitical shocks on the nation's petroleum market, according to the association's national president, Dr. Billy Gillies-Harry. Now, he expressed deep concern over the ongoing military escalation involving the United States, Iran, Israel, and allied nations, and its far-reaching implications for the global energy industry, particularly Nigeria's petroleum sector. According to him, the escalating geopolitical tensions have significantly disrupted global energy markets and supply chains. So the statement said that following the hostilities in the Middle East, particularly around the strategic Strait of Hormuz, through which approximately 20% of the world's crude oil supply and a significant portion of global LNG pass daily, has triggered sharp volatility in international oil prices and heightened uncertainty regarding supply continuity. Now, in response to the strike leading to a near halt in maritime traffic, operations at the Ras Tanura refinery in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom's largest with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, were halted following a drone strike that caused a localized fire. Now, Brent crude has surged. For Nigeria, this development underscored the fragility of the domestic market's reliance on imported refined products. Now, Petron has emphasized that such external shocks directly threaten local pump prices and foreign exchange stability, reinforcing the urgent need to operationalize local refining capacity. Let's stop there. We have our guest join us virtually, rather. He's not here in the studio. Baba Lola James Olatunde. It's good to have you join us on Business Today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. I don't know what you take. Let's just go right into it, sir. What do you think about Petron's? I don't know. This is a reaction, right? Reaction to the crisis, making them say what we need to operationalize our local refineries. What do you think about Petron saying this at this time? Timely or not? Thoughtful or not?
It's quite interesting in as much as this is an afterthought by Petron. Because why do I say afterthought? Where were Petron when we have consistent growing crisis in the petroleum sector? All this while they have refused to say a word until the crisis in the Middle East. The crisis in the Middle East is an umbrella cover is a global umbrella cover. We know that what happened in the Middle East will affect almost everyone globally. That is it. But now, to me, as in my own personal opinion, I think the Petron's position on this matter is a self-centered address, is a self-centered interest, because they are only after the interests of their members as petroleum retailers, outlet owners, just to cash in into these happenings of the globe, of the war in the Middle East. You can see the pump price have already gone up. Don't blame Dangote. Dangote is a businessman. He needs to re-strategize and reposition himself, not to fall short of anything. You know, recently, not too quite long, he lost some money because of the game between Dangote and NNPC. So he needs to recover that. And as a businessman, he must be on top of his game to make sure that at least he's afloat, being a private individual. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Petron's to do the needful to consolidate and strengthen Nigerian domestic refineries through provision of adequate crew and consistent crude oil supply, to me, is a foul cry as far as I'm concerned. I will suggest, in my own opinion, that Dangote should be allowed to have more than enough supply of crude oil to meet our local demands and stop importation. Stop importation totally. If we want Nigerian energy market to be stabilized and then to be affordable, stop importation. NNPC must stop importation, empower and supply Dangote with enough, because Dangote is under refining in its capacity. Then coming back to the call by Petron to reactivate the existing refineries in Nigeria. The existing 4 refineries in Nigeria are not productive. We are just paying for idleness. Why can we continue as a country to pay for idle man hour? Why can we as a country continue to pay for idle hands? Why can we as a country begin to look and encourage idleness and unproductive sector? Refineries in Nigeria, if they must be revitalized, they should be totally sold out completely. I'm not talking about private public participation. It should be sold out completely. The four refineries should be sold out completely and let government hands be out of it. Then let private individuals like Dangote manage the four refineries. Then you can see productivity. Then Petron can now come and say whatever they want to say. Then the advice will now be taken. But as I'm concerned, it's a self-centered advice because they only want to cash in on the situation.
So you think that Petron is just reacting to the fear of supply disruption, or is this just a strategic push for long-term energy security?
It is never a strategic push. They are only fear of being cash trapped and afraid of their members being pushed out of market because they will not have product to sell.
Because if there was no Middle East crisis, would we be having this conversation about, operationalizing our local refineries?
Petron will have not made any input if there were no crisis in the Middle East. And considering the fact that some of their outlets and their owners and that are their members might not have product to sell in the end. So because of that, they need to speak out.
Yes. So we know that already this crisis may push up or is already pushing up global oil prices. But Nigeria is an oil-producing country. Why do we still behave like a fuel importing economy? Why?
It's not like fuel importing. We are importing. NMPC is importing. There is no doubt about that. Figures are there on daily basis. Ships are coming to Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Warri and Calabar on daily basis, which is an import.
I mean solely behaving like just an importing solely. We know that there's that issue of still importing, even with the numbers that Dangote have been able to clear. However, why do we entirely behave like we're just an oil importing country?
Yes, the reason is not far-fetched, and you can see is one of the self-centeredness which Petron has just displayed. Even NMPC itself, they are not sincere to themselves. Thank God for the unbundling by the federal government. I think now that their revenue is being centered to be paid directly to federal government accounts, perhaps we can have some accountability and transparency. Maybe. But I am telling you that, you see, it's just same call. It's just same wishy call by Petron. That's what NMPC, lip service, eye service, whatever they may call it, that is what is going on. Because some group of persons, few individuals are benefiting from this process, and they do not want it to stop. That is why you see this call for import, call for this, call for that. It's just because of their sole benefit, not because of the country. The country is concerned about revenue generation and providing infrastructure to make life better for the masses and for the citizens. That is the concern of federal government. But NMPC, Petron, and all of them are so self-centered that they are only looking about their own personal pockets. And whatever they say or do is just reacting to what they will benefit. And that is the truth.
Let's come back to talking about our local refineries again. I know that you earlier talked about Dangote getting as much supply that he should that can meet our local needs. But we have heard a number of people talk about monopoly and how we want that level of competitiveness and that even play, maybe not necessarily even play, but a wider play in the energy sector if we can have these refineries privatized. But we have seen these refineries struggle, or a government putting money and then not functioning. We saw what played out with the Port Harcourt refinery, the other part of it that was revitalized at some point, and after a month they talked about maintenance, and it's been over how many months now? Nothing is actively happening there. While a lot of people are talking about privatization, people still ask till tomorrow, what truly are the issues? Before we begin to talk about the benefit that this having these products refined here would offer the country and the economy, what truly are the issues that is affecting the functionality of our refineries?
The situation now with the refineries are not far-fetched, and it is not rocket science to revitalize a refinery. But the actors and the players in this process are not transparent and are not doing the right thing as mentioned in the news to the public. The refineries we're talking about stop production. Why did they stop production? Because there was no supply. All supplies now go for sale. NMPC prefer to sell crude than to supply crude oil to these local refineries, and they went moribund. Why? A machine that have not been used for over a period of time, and you come that you want to revitalize them, you are doing this, you are doing turnaround maintenance of no ending. It is very, very uncalled for, and it is very, very unnecessary. And that is why I suggest if Nigeria must move forward, there should be an outright sale, not commercialization, outright sale of these 4 refineries.
Okay.
Then federal government will be at peace. Federal government will be at peace. Then anybody talking about monopoly, about Dangote's issue, whoever mentioned monopoly is not business-minded. Because what is monopoly there? Government is involved. NMPC as an agency of government will be involved. There will be an agreement be entered into MOU, and several other long-term and short-term measures will be put in place, and there are regulatory agencies of government. Where will the issue of monopoly come in? What we want as Nigerians, as good citizens of this country, law-abiding, is for us to have this petroleum product supply in nooks and crannies of Nigeria at an affordable price. That is all. And because that is the major mainstay of the economy. Let us enjoy it as citizens, not just meeting foreign sales. Foreign sales, we need revenue, yes. But locally, if we consume what we produce, what is bad about that? There's nothing bad about that.
So we are... government ownership of these refineries has always been a problem, and is still the problem. They should be privatized.
It is a problem. It should be sold outrightly.
But even if the government gets to sell these refineries, I don't know when and how we'll get there, how would these owners deal with vested interest in fuel importation, which is one of the reasons why these refineries have struggled for years? How would they deal with this interest in fuel importation?
Let me make this clear to Nigerians. The refineries are not really struggling for anything. It is just NMPC that is playing ball game. It's NMPC that is playing ball game. If it is not for NMPC, what is the problem of the refinery? It's just lack of supply of crude, and that's all. Nothing more. Today, if you supply crude, the refineries will work at least to some capacity, not to install capacity, but to some capacity because of the age, because of the aging of the machines. Yeah, but I know that it's because NMPC is the major problem here with their ball game that they are playing. But the few individuals that are benefiting from it, they do not want the benefit to stop.
But we have also always almost complained about our production quota a day. I mean, the reduction of it and several factors that have affected it, like bunkering, oil exploitation, and all of that. And that seems to be maybe sometimes for some people perfect excuse to why these refineries have not been supplied to. But if we have these vested interests that are so big on fuel importation and the parties and companies and people involved, should the government not really look into this first before it revitalizes these refineries? That even if the government wants to own and make these refineries function by itself or by herself, now that there's going to be direct remittances from of oil revenue and setting parts of oil revenues to 100% to the government, why has the government not categorically looked into these vested interests that would not let fuel importation rest and see that these refineries function optimally? Or is the government blind to this? Do they not know about these vested interests?
Government is not blind to this. Government even is part of the game. Who is government and who is NMPC? These are individuals in the corridors of power, aligning with the people in position of authority to carry out their atrocities against Nigerians. And I know that if government is not involved, why should the sitting president be Minister of Petroleum? He has unbundled NMPC by telling them to pay directly. Yes, that is one step. But himself as the president should not be the Minister of Petroleum. He should remove himself from the Petroleum Ministry, stand alone as a president and commander-in-chief, so that at least whatever he's saying, we can have some confidence and some level of trust. Because why will you say pay to federal government account directly, and then you complain of issue of bunkering? Who are the people doing this bunkering? Are they spirits? They are not ghosts. They are known. let me tell Nigerians this. There is what they call illegal bunkering. Illegal bunkering is that one that is not being supervised by government agencies and the actors involved in petroleum deals. The one that is legalized, nobody hear about it. They will come, load, and go without any traces. It has been happening, and it will continue to happen. You have heard Tantita had made some revealing, some revelations. It will continue like that until and unless federal government and the people of Nigeria decided to put an end to this kind of a thing. And how can we achieve that? Number one, we should have a substantive Minister of Petroleum Resources whose duty and responsibility will be to be transparent and accountable to Nigerians issue of energy and energy security in this country. Then the running of the refineries. Our president is not an engineer. Whatever is stable to him, he will accept hook, line, and sinker. He's an accountant. He's not an engineer. So whatever they say to him about the refinery as Minister of Petroleum cum President, he will swallow it hook, line, and sinker. So we don't want that, and Nigerians do not want that. For the sake of hope, for the sake of Renew Hope agenda, let Mr. President remove himself. In fact, he should just take away that responsibility of petroleum from himself, appoint a substantive minister, and let the minister be responsible to Nigerians, whether this issue will not stop.
So, how much forex do you think? Forex pressure. Do you think would ease in the country if we refined most of our fuel locally?
If we refine locally, it will be better for Nigerians and for Nigerian economy generally, and there will be less pressure on foreign exchange because Dangote will buy in naira and will refine and sell also in naira. So there will be no demand for dollar, and definitely exchange rate of dollar will have to nosedive downwards. And that will be good for Nigerian economy. And that is why people like us are clamoring for this. And if we are able to achieve it, if government will be able to listen and achieve this local refining and then consumption, it will be good for the economy of Nigeria because there will be no more pressure on foreign exchange demands.
And this will obviously make us not feel global price shocks.
We will not feel the global price shock because Nigeria alone is a large market.
Okay.
So even locally, I'm even advocating for local consumption. Let us consume what we produce. Even if we do not sell out to foreigners, we can generate that same amount or even more. Because in Nigeria today, local consumption, even all the refineries, if they work, they cannot meet up. They cannot meet up because there's an increase in consumption of petroleum products. The industries are there, the individuals are there. There are few individuals who own like 5, 6, 10 cars, and they must power these cars. There are generators. When the power supply is not there, they must be powered, and all those sort of things. And then there are SMEs who are running tailoring, barbing saloon, welding shops, and all that around to make the economy floating. All this rely on petroleum product to power their generators. And look at all over Nigeria, nooks and crannies of Nigeria, there is nowhere. It's a large market enough. So the global shock will not have any impact on Nigerian economy at all. I encourage local production and local consumption.
Okay. We hear the word strengthening local refineries a lot. I mean, we just heard it again from Petron. And but for you, when you think of strengthening local refineries, what comes to mind? I mean, as a business analyst, what's the advice you're giving the government?
If we want to strengthen local refineries, it's not just about crude oil supply. It is not about crude oil supply. It's about looking into regulatory frameworks and reforming them and readjusting where necessary, because there are a lot of lacunas in the regulatory framework guiding the petroleum sector, petroleum industry generally. So a lot of other reforms need to be done. Not just Order 9. A lot of other executive orders need to come up to enhance ease of doing business in that very particular sector. Then with that, the government can now achieve strengthening of the refineries. And then it's a second-tier solution by talking about supply of crude oil. Supply of crude oil is a second-tier solution. First-tier solution is to reform the industry, to reform the regulatory framework, put all necessary mechanisms to check, to do balance and checks in place. and make everybody to stand on their toes and be running to their responsibilities. With that, we get things done and Nigeria will move forward. Better for the economy.
They are quite in folds. And do you see any form of readiness? Because should we even focus on rehabilitating these old refineries? I mean, you mentioned that they should be privatized. We should not even bother rehabilitating.
We should not bother rehabilitating them at this point. Why do I say this? Look at how much has been budgeted and put in place for turnaround maintenance over the years. From previous administration, even to this present administration. And we talk about corruption. What else do we count corruption if not that? You are putting in money, you are not seeing results. Why must it be so? If we put in money to rehabilitate something, the results should come up and the people should feel the impact. Masses are not feeling the impact. Government is feeling the heat upon heat upon heat upon heat. Then why should it continue? I'm advocating, I'm canvassing. Not just privatization, but outright sale. Let government hands up the 4 refineries in Nigeria to private individuals or corporate organizations or even foreigners if possible. Let other people that are not government involved in Nigeria run these refineries and we'll see productivity.
Do you see that happening?
Yes, I see that happening with a lot of pressure because still the hands that is benefiting from this quagmire are still in charge. Unless those hands are removed or they are no longer there, then in fact there should be total rejig of the NNPC. Not just changing the group managing director. This group managing director is a little bit transparent, or perhaps it's because they have not stayed longer. But people like Mele Kyari and others, they compounded the problem of Nigeria. This new person now inherited a big problem and trying to find public solution. And I think he's going on the right track. But there are some other people under him in the group of NNPC that need to leave NNPC for peace to reign in NNPC.
So this reform may not be led by government, but by the people. Pressure on the government.
Yes, civil society organization will still continue to speak to government, and also the masses in their own individual capacity collectively through the media like this. At least government will succumb to pressure. But I want to predict one thing. My prediction is that government right now is not focused on this totally. They are concerned about election and re-election 2027. Exactly. So I do not expect government to do much in this quota on industry reforms, because they are one leg industry reform lip service and deep neck into electioneering matters that are against 2027. That is where their mind is. That is where their interest is.
If this Middle East crisis escalates further, how exposed are Nigerian marketers and retailers? What do you think will happen to the price of fuel?
With Dangote checkmating NNPC, the price fluctuations will be minimal.
Okay.
What do I mean? It will not be. It will still be affordable. It will not be beyond the reach of the poor, because Dangote is mitigating and making some checks and balances compared to NNPC. But if it were to be under the control of NNPC directly, the supply and retailing and everything, upstream, downstream, totally under NNPC, we will have smelled our coat in Nigeria. But I thank God that God has already made Dangote to be an intermediary of the masses, and I think it will continue in that direction. There is no fear. I do not have any fear about the issue of the war in the Middle East, because come what may, Nigeria is large enough market to consume what we produce. Even if we do not sell out the crude oil, we can consume them honorably and get same revenue with less stress compared to the foreign exchange trouble and all that.
All right. Well, I mean, someone may still be thinking, if government insists that they will continue running these refineries, maybe they are thinking of another batch of rehabilitation. What benchmarks should they see or set to strengthen if they insist?
Government should not insist, because all efforts before now were not productive. We have not seen changes. We have not seen results. So why should government insist? If government should insist, it means the government too is a corrupt government and also enhancing and facilitating corruption, because you are throwing money to somewhere that does not make any tangible or significant impact as a result. Justify those spendings. Can federal government and NNPC justify the amount of money that they have spent on these 4 refineries? They cannot. And who will validate that their justification? Nobody, because Nigerians are feeling it. We have host communities where these refineries are located. Go there, go to this host community, go to Element, where you go there. You will hear from the people directly that this refinery, even when they say they are doing maintenance, it was not working. Nothing worked. The oleum that they burn is just a from gas reservoir that they just release and burn as if there is activities going on there. Nothing is going on. And the tankers they show us in the media then loading out of the place were just condensate that was recycled from their reservoir. And after that, they exhausted the reservoir. Did they produce anything again? So all what they are doing cannot be validated, and they are not justifiable. So government should not waste further money on turnaround maintenance or whatever kind of maintenance in the name of strengthening refinery or rebuilding or reconstructing or rehabilitation. We are tired of those adjectives. What we want to hear, not privatization, not commercialization, outright sale. After all, before Dangote built his refinery, he made an attempt to buy Port Harcourt refinery. The process was ongoing, and later some powers that be went against it, and he had to lose that bid. Losing the bid, he now concentrated on Lagos. And this, what we have in Lagos, supposed to be in Port Harcourt. But you see, sometimes we are penny-wise, pound-foolish. And you see, Lagos is not benefiting because a lot of jobs were created, and more are still coming up. So please, let us encourage this kind of individual participation. For example, if we do not have Nigerians that will take these opportunities, let us leave it open to foreign investors to come. Foreign investors will come in solely and strictly for business, and they will not want to hear stories. So I am not in support of paying for idle hands that are still in those refineries. For me, there should be a total rejig.
All right. Thank you so much.
Of the 4 refineries in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you so much, Babalola James Olatunde. Quite appreciate your time on the show this afternoon. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. God bless you. God bless your station, and God bless Nigerians.
Amen. All right, that's our guest. That was our guest, Babatunde. Okay, Babatunde. I'm missing the name now. Apologies, please. Babalola James Olatunde. Well, we had to have this conversation because Petron says, let's strengthen our refineries as Middle East tensions escalate. Let's see what we can do with the refineries. Let's strengthen them now. Let's strengthen the refineries, says Petron. And speaking a number of questions, you heard the guest. Maybe why now? Well, maybe better late than never, some may say. But what would be the impact of this call, and what would also be the result? Do you think this is the right call by Petron at this time? Let's get your thoughts. It's Business Today on Today95.1 FM, 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Business Today.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Faustina.
It's Queen.
Queen, sorry. This wonderful brother, Honorable Chris.
Please go on.
I have said this time without number. See, there is no how you recycle businessmen and you want them to carry the affair of your country and you expect a result. These people that you think they are leaders, they are not leaders. If these people are to be people that are looking for job, you have a company. Since 2014, 15, that these people ask you to give them your company to manage, assuming you are not in Nigeria. Can you retain them as managers or people that will maintain your company till this time? These people are political jobbers. If anybody employ any politician in that studio, they will run it off. You close. Nigerian politicians are just like political jobbers. Look at what happened here at Elema. They just went there and used lighter and light on. Hey, congratulations, which I told you people that very day. If this Eleme that is after Akwajo here, the one I normally pass, nothing is going on there. If you're waiting for this administration to give you the dividend of democracy, what did they know about economy? These people are a group of companies that are just recycling themselves to loot. They cannot even produce matches. You are waiting them to give you dividend of democracy in Nigeria. Political jobbers. Eh?
All right.
Leave these people.
Welcome to Business Today. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Queen.
Yes, good afternoon.
Lavadia calling from Port Harcourt.
Please go on.
The most unfortunate thing about this Nigerian refinery and this is the government that is even making the thing most difficult. I think I will, from the whole heart of heart, appreciate your guest. He really dissected this thing very well. The government itself should, for me, totally remove their hand in the four refinery, the three refinery. They should sell it off. Sell it off to private companies. Atiku said this thing once when he was in government, and both the present leadership and the past leadership, all of them descended on him that they want to sell the refinery to his friends and cronies. If by this time that refinery has been sold, Nigeria will not be facing what we are facing in the oil and gas industry today. Please, we are pleading with the oil and gas is the brain box of Nigeria economy, and it is what is holding us today and tomorrow. Any small thing, there will be an increment, and it will affect all our every aspect of our economy. The funny part of it is that the way the Nigerian government play politics with this thing, it's unfortunate.
All right.
How will the president be the minister of petroleum? How?
All right, let's take another call.
Please, they should sell it. They should sell it and make life easy for Nigerians. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Welcome to Business Today.
Good afternoon, Queen.
Yes, good afternoon. Kindly speak up.
Okay, good afternoon, Queen. This is Nelson calling from Igrita.
Welcome, Nelson.
Okay. That's Petran, Abi? That's the pronunciation.
Yes, Petron.
Those people are even more corrupt than even the NNPC. They are one of their spokesman in Port Harcourt was the one shouting, refinery is working, it's okay, it's 90%, it's 99%. The same people, they want government because they are gaining from it. You see, all these people that are looting this country, they will loot it, but the money they will loot will not be able to solve their challenge and the problem they are putting in Nigeria. Look at what is going on. We have, I love, God bless that your guest. God bless that your guest. God bless that your guest. Look at the analysis he gave. But those people, because of, see, me, I'm a technician. Sometimes I give people, sometimes when I do a see, sometimes when you discover that this thing, the more you put money, it will not go. You absolutely advise the person, scrap it. I'm a technician. Because the more money you will put, the more you put, the more the thing go down. It is better you just go, because some technicians, because of their fraudulent way, they will be advising your guys to change this one, if you change the other one. That is what Federal and NPC is doing.
All right.
God bless your guest. Letting from the greater.
All right. Welcome. Good afternoon. I thought I picked the call. Good afternoon. Welcome to Business Today.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay. Your presentation this afternoon, very brilliant, very good. And your questions is very good, very direct. We know that your conversation with that your guest, God will bless you and him in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Why are we suffering? Why are we suffering? Why are we suffering? Why are they suffering us? What have we done? Four refineries. Nothing is working. And they are swinging their arms here and there. They say they are doing this and this. What have we done? That man, he said not even privatization. He said outright sale. Let them sell everything out. Let them sell everything out. They are praying for joblessness. They are praying for idleness. Is that good? God bless you, Queen. Let me go.
All right. Good afternoon. Welcome. We can hear you. Welcome to Business Today. Okay. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Yes, good afternoon.
We are talking with Ambassador Umo.
Welcome, Ambassador Umo.
Thank you, my sister. I want to thank your guest. But what is explained and the narrative that they gave to Nigeria? Can the federal government and the state government, can they go to implement it? The answer is no. Even though after 2027 election, the president, because he gained because of this, he will not do anything as we are. That is where he's going to remain. That is Nigeria for you. It's not that they don't know the truth. It's not that they don't know what they're supposed to do. But as far as the president is the minister of petroleum, how do they go to implement it? Is that the only one? No need. Okay, start from the beginning that we are talking. You want to tell me that they don't hear? They are hearing. But they will not do anything. Nothing's going to happen in this country. We are wasting our time. But we need to continue to talk. We will talk. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Hello, Queen. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tony also.
Go on, please, Tony also.
Yes, as much as I want the refineries to be sold out, there's one major thing I want we the citizens to know. The turnaround maintenance, the amount, that outrageous amount that has been sunk into that refinery, those four refineries. Who is responsible for it? Who is going to pay for it? We are joking in this country. $25 billion, over $25 billion have been sunk in successful regime. And we are here talking about selling. Yes, we will sell, but nobody is talking about that amount that has been sunk. Do you know what $25 billion we have done to? Almost half the Nigerian budget, annual budget. And nothing has happened. And then we are talking about selling. Selling off the refinery is good, but who are they going to sell these refineries to? That's another problem. Because corrupt people, you don't need, you can only give back to corruption. The whole thing is just giving me a headache. Let me just say that.
Sorry, please take a cup of water. Sorry. Good afternoon. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
There was a country. Hope you know that.
Yeah. Chino Achebe said that.
There was a country. For today, you don't have any. Not even one. The one you think you have, that's already existing, ought not to even exist anymore. Because it's not, in fact, it doesn't work the country. And as such, humans are not in charge. Thank you.
All right. Okay. We have just about 2 minutes. Let's see how many more calls we can take or even text messages. 08109510951. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelechi. I just want to say something when we talk about refinery. Dangote refinery is there. Dangote can actually serve Nigeria. But the question is, if we even privatize this refinery and sell them to individuals, you can see how much effort they try to frustrate Dangote from producing. So this country, the leaders are something else. If you they sell these refineries to these private individuals, they will still frustrate them. I don't know what our leaders are actually doing, but it's so shameful that a country like Nigeria does not have a refinery. Even when one individual tried to see how he can make that happen, they are frustrating him. Dangote imports crude. At a point, he imported crude into this country while we have a lot of crude. So even selling it to individuals still does not stop the problem because we have bad leaders. Our problem we have in this country is bad leaders. We have so much of bad leaders. So we have to start from there. These politicians are wicked. I thought, in fact, when I gave up on this country was right after the COVID. I thought after that COVID that these leaders would have to repent and tell themselves, no, we need to fix our country. How many of them died during the COVID when they could not travel abroad? It's after the COVID and these people did not change. That was when I knew that we are doomed. They are heartless. Look at what happened during the COVID. My God. Thank you.
All right. I don't know if we can further more calls. We'll just wrap it up here. Petron says that the government should pay attention to revitalizing the refineries, and they obviously gave reasons of the Middle East tension and the crisis brewing. It's if you've heard your thoughts and what you think about the call, says strengthening Nigeria's domestic refineries through provision of adequate and consistent crude oil supply, Petron says. And this call is coming on the heels of the crisis in the Middle East that has affected the international oil market, pushing up prices. Well, this is not the first time for this call. Now, Petron is lending their voice, maybe just again, but at this point in time. The point is, what's the government thinking about these refineries? What's their thought on the refineries? What is it? Because you have said your mind on what you think should be done and what the government should do. Privatize these refineries. And that's what is the best. I mean, a lot of business owners have said that, business experts have said that. You also agree. Well, just keep our fingers crossed and see what happens as the days come by. It's been business today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 2 p.m. Anastasia Benjamin will be here for the news update afterwards. We'll be talking to a financial expert on Talk That Talk. Yes, we're talking River State. So do stay with us. Thank you for your calls, your texts. Okay, there wasn't a text message. Was there any? I thought I checked and I didn't see any, but it was calls all through. Thank you so much for your calls, and keep having a good afternoon. My name is Queen Chima.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Anastasia Benjamin. Authorities of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Adin Kai have dismissed what they describe as a renewed propaganda campaign by remnants of Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province, accusing the insurgents of circulating old photographs and recycled media reports to mislead the public about the security situation in the northeast. In a statement issued by the Media Information Officer of Operation Adin Kai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, the military said the terrorists were attempting to create panic by resharing outdated reports and images falsely presented as recent incidents. Lieutenant Colonel Uba stressed that that at no time recently has Operation Adin Kai lost 20 soldiers as claimed in the recycled materials. He added that improved operational capabilities along with well-coordinated air and ground offenses are yielding significant results against terrorist elements across the theaters of operation. Contrary to the narratives allegedly being pushed by terrorists and their sympathizers, the Joint Task Force said insurgent fighters have suffered severe setback following sustained offensive on multiple fronts. In another news, the General Officer Commanding 8th Division, Nigerian Army and Commander Sector 2 of Operation Fansan Yama, Major General Bemba Paul Kuna, has operationalized the deployment of 170 forest guard in the Arewa local government area of Kebbi State as part of renewed push to strengthen security across vulnerable communities. At the ceremony held at the headquarters Kangiwa in Arewa local government area, the GOC also donated key logistics items to boost the effectiveness of the guards who will operate under the control of the Nigerian Army. The support package includes 10 brand new motorcycles, 170 sleeping kits, and essential food supplies aimed at improving mobility, welfare, and operational readiness in the fight against terrorism, banditry, and other criminal activities across Kebbi and the wider Northwest region. Major General Kuna said the intervention was designed to enhance rapid response capabilities and sustain field operation, particularly in remote forested areas often exploited by criminal elements. Representing the governor, Nasir Idris, the Kebbi State Commissioner of Home Affairs and International Security, Aliyu Wasabu, commended the Nigerian Army for what he described as a timely intervention and strong collaboration with the state government. The Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Ajidia Farida Umar, has described the judgment of the Federal High Court in Ibadan validating the Ibadan PDP convention, which led to the emergency of Taninu Turaki-led executive, as unbiased. He said the judgment aligns with the fact that the law that led to the organization of the convention. He noted that what was most important is the appeal court's judgment, where the party has gone to, and she urged justice of the appellate court to do the right thing, just the lower the courts did. Farida advised electorates to not be disturbed as PDP was on ground and will showcase its candidates from the state to the national level come 2027 and will be victorious in the election. On a foreign scene, Israeli strikes have hit a hotel in the Lebanese capital and a residential complex in Lebanon's east, killing at least 11. Israeli forces bombed the Comfort Hotel on the border of Hasmir and Baba, which are part of Greater Beirut. The attack happened without any warning, indicating that it could have been an attempted assassination. The Israeli military said it is carrying out more attacks on what it called Hezbollah infrastructure in Beirut. More than 50 people have been killed in Lebanon in Israeli attacks since the front of the war ignited. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
For staying tuned. Did I say thank you before? Why am I saying once again? But thank you for staying tuned to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Wednesday, March 4, 2026. How is your afternoon going? So now I'm asking you this question and I feel I could start hearing, it's going on well, I'm having lunch, I'm having brunch, I'm driving to meet someone. I wish I could get all of the feedback. It would be nice. But I don't know if my ears will be able to contain the thousands of you that will say that to me at the same time. But I just truly want to hope that you're having a great day. And thank you too for staying tuned to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, the program is Talk That Talk. It airs weekdays, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. to 3. We talk about River State and the Niger Delta. Everything that has to do with politics, the economy of the state moving forward. If it's worth talking and centers around government, around policies and the economy, we talk about it here on Talk That Talk. Now, if you're just hearing this for the first time, it's a program that you're part of. So at some point in the program, you can call in and air your thoughts, ask your questions, or even proffer solutions to certain challenges that you think may have appeared or might have been mentioned during the course of the program. If you listened to us yesterday, and that's why I think you should listen to us every day, we had this report that was filed by this report, and I just thought, since we have a financial expert give his thoughts on what he thinks about investment in River State and also moving the state forward, which is something that most people are interested in. You should be interested in the state moving forward in whatever level and whatever way. So we're going to be looking at areas that can happen, that should happen, because government is not just an independent body, right? It's dependent on even private individuals to proffer solutions, stakeholders. That's why over time you see government saying that we're having an economic summit, and they call players from different sectors to discuss, challenges, to ask questions. What can we do better? And as an organization, Today 95.1 FM and the media, it's also important that we have conversations like this, and that's what we're going to be doing today. My name is Queen Chima. Welcome to Talk That Talk. Now, as discussions around economic investments continue, financial experts described River State as one of the most peaceful and viable states for investment and development. Well, he did speak to one of our correspondents, Deborah Adamu. The expert highlighted key sectors attracting investors, including real estate. He noted that recent tax reforms have helped reduce taxes on the sale of houses and land, making property investment more attractive. Agriculture is another promising sector, stating that the state's fertile land makes agribusiness highly lucrative. Well, according to him, agricultural investment also enjoy tax incentives, including a 5-year tax relief. Now, he further added that River State's large population presents opportunities in the education sector, as he observed that the number of universities within the state is limited compared to the growing demands, as many students seek admission outside the state or abroad, explaining that as long as investors operate within the law, the government will continue to implement policies that support business growth, noting that both the government and investors benefit from a thriving economy. However, cautioned against illegal practices such as forceful land acquisition, stressing that due process must be followed to avoid sanctions or embarrassments, as increased investment across sectors will not only stimulate economic growth but also create employment opportunities and reduce social vices associated with idleness. And so this afternoon, we're going to be looking at what policies government can initiate to foster development in River State. And I'm being joined by Dr. Henry Iberichi, who's a financial expert, member Institute of Chartered Accountant of Nigeria, and a chartered member Institute of Taxation Nigeria, who holds a PhD in accounting and taxation. It's good to have you join me on Talk That Talk, Dr. Henry Iberichi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me to come to this wonderful show.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, for a very long time on the radio, we have had a lot of conversation around the politics of the state, especially aspects that we think have been hindered because of politics. Of course, we know how politics plays a vital role in the economy of a state. And when I saw that report, I said, okay, let's talk about the economy of the state, right? And see those sectors that are thriving, those sectors that are worth government attention, and also areas that the government can implement, certain policies that the government can implement to further boost the economy of the state. And since we had you give your thoughts on that report, I said, okay, let's have the conversation. But let's start from this. How would you describe the economy of River State at the moment, generally? From a financial expert analysis, how would you describe? First, you said the state is peaceful, and is also because it's peaceful, it's viable, and investors can come in. But people have angles to how they would describe what River State is at or where it is at the moment economically. What's your description of it?
Okay, let me first of all start by saying that there are a lot of misinformation, a lot of misconstrued information about security and the peacefulness of River State. I am one advocate, that advocates that River State is one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria to attract investors to come in.
And you have indices to that?
Yeah, I will base my indices on different sectors. Okay, like I said, insinuations that people should I try my possible best to disabuse people's mind concerning River State. River State, despite what people has been having in mind concerning the political turbulence that have happened of recent, it still hasn't stopped investment. That's just one aspect of the politics that did not stop investment. Now, in the interview I had, I cited certain sectors, and let me start with one. Number one, agricultural sector in River State is one very good area to invest in. Massive investment, massive area, to harvest. The soil and the terrain we have in River State is very, very, will I use the word, very lucrative for people to come and invest in. Because anything you plant in River State here will grow. Anything you plant. Recently, we engaged into the planting of cucumbers. I never knew that cucumber would survive in River State. And funny enough, the harvesting we harvested from cucumber was so enormous. What is simply tomatoes? Tomato business, I never also knew that it would survive in River State until recently, along the road to my village.
Yeah.
I saw people planting tomatoes and they're harvesting heavily. Now, I also mentioned about incentives too.
Yeah.
When I talked about it, I said the new tax reform actually has made things to be very, very, softened for people to come and invest in agriculture.
Okay.
If you, for instance, I mentioned that we have 5 good years of tax reforms of exemption when you invest in agriculture. You have 5 years of tax holiday in agriculture. We have 4 years of tax exemption for small and medium enterprises on agriculture, meaning that once you start and you do proper registrations, you are exempted from a lot of taxes, which is a very good one for you to come in. And we have vast land in River State, massive land in River State. Another area that I didn't mention is the area of tourism.
Okay.
Yeah, tourism. River State have waterways that we have not utilized. If you drive right now from between Opobo heading towards Bonny, that area is very lucrative enough for tourism to invest in that sector or in that area. So people should come in. Now, the other aspect that you mentioned is the area of insecurity. What I always tell people, there are ways of managing security issues. If you set up an investment in a community and you engage the people in that community, they are the ones that will protect your investment. They will fight to protect that investment because they are eating from there. They are earning from there. But the only problem that some persons have is that investors, they come in, they invest, they don't want to engage the people within the vicinity or within the community. Now making them become aggressive. But if you engage them and engage them properly, you acquire their land and pay the necessary, money of funds you need to pay to compensate the community, and you acquire it legally, both government and community. You are free, and then you engage the people. which is also called, giving back to the community. And then you do enough, CSR, that's social responsibilities to the community. They will protect your investment. Other way of coming into River State to invest is the PPE, where the government now comes in. In business, there are 2 or 3 basic sources of raising funds. One is equity finance, the other one is debt finance, and then we have the PPP, which is a public-private partnership. Now, in the PPP, now the government does not need to even provide money. All they need to do is to give them land. In neighboring environment, these investors will come, they will invest. And then once investment comes into the state, there are many things you're going to get. You're going to get the taxes.
Yeah.
The employees will pay payee to the government. The government will benefit from it. You're going to gain employment. And then the environment too, people will come, investors will come in, creditors will come in. People will invest, and people around the area that have houses will also build houses too. Rentage will come in. There will be massive development within that vicinity. That's what investment brings in. I also mentioned the issue of education.
Yeah.
Education is one very, very vital and very important area, for investment in River State. In first week of January of every year, just go to the motor parks and go to the airports. You see the number of Rivers people, both indigenous and not indigenous and residents in River State. The number of the children going out of River State to go and school outside the River State. I don't want to talk about the one going out of the country. I'm talking about the one going out of River State, particularly going to the west. When you go to the west, in a particular street, you see like 2 or 3 universities. My 3 boys schooled in Ogun State, Otta, precisely.
Okay.
In Otta, that is Bells University of Science, Best University and Technology. In that same Otta, 5 minutes from there, you see Covenant University. In Ogun State alone, we have numerous universities in Ogun State. But in River State, how many do we have? Thank God for the last of the Peter Odili that brought Pamo University, the past governor of River State. How many other past governors have done the same thing? They should do the same thing by bringing in education. We are lacking universities in River State. Thank God also for the
Federal University.
For the Federal University that just came in and Ogoni. Go there. You see that they are over admitted already. Then the one at Ishobo, by Abat Wige, late Abat Wige, that also, thank God for them. But the number of population, the number of persons we have in River State is far more than the number of universities we have in River State. So that's one area that people should tap into. Like I said before, don't be afraid of the security. There's no insecurity in River State. The only time you have problem, like I said, is when you don't do the needful due diligence.
When you say there is no, some people may argue that.
Yes.
So you could say maybe minimal, or because
it can be checkmated. That's what I mean. It can be minimized to the barest minimum.
Okay.
For instance, you come to my community, you're not paying the due. You do not do your due diligence. You do not pay the necessary fees. You come and acquire their property. You're already creating chaos situation. Now, you don't also want to employ the people around this vicinity. You're also making them to be aggressive. But by the time you engage them, there's a saying that says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. So make them, active. Give them jobs to do. They will no longer be idle. Before you know it, they will be the one that will help to protect your investment.
All right. Like I said earlier, the reason we're having this conversation is to point individuals to the direction of progress in the state and also investment in the state. I mean, even the government listening. But you know that when we talk about investment, you mentioned agriculture first, people want to talk about the body language of the government and question what area particularly the government have been interested in this past years, and also highlight what government's contribution, government policies, and what the impact would make in even people who are maybe farmers but are peasants or commercial farmers, and their interests. Then you talk about people want to talk about jobs, want to talk about human capital development. They want to talk about industries and all of that. Do you think that the government has done their best in terms of policies, or even in terms of concentrating on some of these areas that you mentioned, education and agriculture for some people particularly?
Well, I'm not a spokesman for the government. Yeah, I'm just an investor, that believe in investment. So I think this particular discussion will be skewed more to private sector investment.
From an unbiased analysis or perspective, what you see.
What I will simply say is that with the current ring road that this government is doing,
okay,
that is a huge area to encourage people for investment. The reason is because you are networking River State.
Okay.
So it is movement. The hour you would have spent from here to Borokiri, for instance, maybe 5 hours. Because of the ring road, it will reduce it to about maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
That has helped to ease transportation. So that is a policy, if we use it in that perspective, and something that the government is doing to ease transportation and ease movement of goods from one spot to another spot.
Okay.
Which is a very good, incentive that the government is, carrying out. Again, I will always say that River State is highly networked. Before now, we didn't have very good roads. That's about 10 years ago. But currently, River State have good roads. I can drive from here to my village without experiencing any pothole.
Okay.
Straight to my father's house without having any pothole. Even down to where I farm in the village. The roads are tarred. That alone will encourage me to go back again to continue the movement of goods from one spot to another spot. Now, it has also helped transporters for moving their goods through. Secondly, if you are a registered agriculture company, there are so many incentives you get. Like I said, the reliefs. And then you are free from VATs. Value added tax is also part of what the government, an incentive that the government has also given to, not just on agriculture, but also to other sectors. Let's say, for instance, the real estate. The real estate also have, VAT exemptions too. They also have what we call the capital gain tax. We have the stamp duty exemptions, rent reliefs, and tax holidays. That's a policy from the government angle. Do you know that as it stands right now, you can claim a minimum of 500,000 naira from your rent relief, which will help to reduce further your taxes that you pay at the end of the day if it's on a real estate business. So that's a very good incentive from the government angle. The capital gain tax also is also one beautiful one, where gains, from the sale of your own, that is where owners occupied house, the capital gain tax is totally exempted. Before now, when you sell the house you occupy, which is yours, you are subject to pay capital gain tax on it. But as it stands right now, you're not going to pay any capital gain tax anymore. That's part of the policy that the government has brought in, to help to soften the grounds of how to operate business in Nigeria. Like I also mentioned, VAT exemption, sales on real estate, land, and rent are exempt from value added tax, which is the VAT. These are very good incentives and good policies from the government angle.
I remember that when the governor returned after the state of emergency, he said that people were peddling news about how unsafe River State is, and said River State is safe and people should stop using such narratives. As an investor and even a financial expert, what role do you think the people play or should play in encouraging? Because when we talk about investment, we're always pointing to the government and say make the make the state viable in security. We talk about electricity. Now that states can even handle a major aspect or even aspects of electricity production and all of that. So we say, let the government make the state viable, electricity, security. Let investors know that they can come in, invest, and get their monies back. It can be a safe space for them. How about the people? Do the people have like any role at all to play in maybe just promoting the state in any way at all? Or it's anything that happens from the government that trickles down to what the people can say, especially in Rivers State? We've been talking politics, the former governor and the governor for quite some time, the political rift and political issues. Can in setting narrative help in fostering investment?
Yeah, I think part of what I said earlier, the people, what's our role? Like, for instance, I'm a Rivers man. I'm here in your studio talking about River State. I was interviewed some weeks ago, and I am someone that projects River State anywhere I go to. If I'm in Lagos today and I see my Rivers brothers talking bad about River State, I frown against it. And I tell them, you were born in River State, you grew up in River State, both primary, secondary, and university. Somehow you find yourself in Lagos does not mean that you should discredit your own state. So what we as citizens or indigenes of River State should do is to help to promote our state. River State is not as bad as people project us aside. When I was in Lagos, I don't want to mention where I worked before. When I was in Lagos, each time I want to come to Port Harcourt, they'll say, are you going to Port Harcourt? Are you going to Port Harcourt? Security. I say, no, there's nothing like that. I will come down to Port Harcourt. This is where I come from. My parents are here. My family. So I will come down here, spend some days, some weeks, go back to work in Lagos. But right now, I'm even based here in Port Harcourt. So I am not afraid of River State. And I pray that every one of us that are from River State should also help to project our state and tell others that River State is a good place and a viable ground to invest in. So that investors will come in and invest in this state. And then let us give them the soft landing when they come. So that when they come, they invest. All of us will benefit from it. I'm a tax consultant and I'm an auditor. If investors come to River State, it helps me because I will gain more ground, as in being more, consult more to them or be consultants to those companies, is it not? Now, when I'm consultant to those companies, it means that I'll be making money to myself too. And I'll be paying my workers too, and also be paying taxes to the government. So you see, it trickles round and it goes round and round. So our responsibility as River State indigenes is to protect our state and project River State, that River State is a good ground for investment. Also, like I said earlier, when investors come, they should engage the people within the community.
Okay.
Once you do that, you have saved yourself from insecurity issue. Okay. They will be the one that will safeguard your assets. They'll be the one that will help you to grow because they also want to benefit from it. Yeah, that's where they're eating from, so they'll protect it. And that's one of the best way to curb insecurity in anywhere in the world.
Okay.
Now, we shouldn't be depending on government, on the governor. If our government, we shouldn't depend on government alone on insecurity. They will play their own role. We too, as indigenes, as citizens of the state, we also have our own role to play. If I go to my community today, I go to my community without any security around me because I'm loved in the community.
Okay.
Because I know that I have good rapport with everybody in the community. There's nobody in my community that's my enemy. So if we imbibe this thing, it will help us to grow the community. It will help us to grow the state. It will help us, to project our states, so that people outside will see here as a virgin land for them to come and invest in. There used to be a time when we also have a lot of companies in River State. A lot of companies.
People make a lot of references
Yes,
to that.
a lot of companies in River State. And then when you go to Transamadi, there were so many companies in Transamadi. Another aspect that has also deterred this is the issue of our ports, our seaports. The part I would like our government to really play is to help us to gain back our access to our seaports. So that we'll have more goods coming into River State for clearance.
Okay.
Once we have such, goods coming into River State for clearance, we'll have more input into the state. Instead of going to Lagos to go and clear our product and bringing them to Port Harcourt, we'll clear them here in Port. We have the MPA at Industry Road, and then we have the one at One. So we have enough place for us to clear goods. So this is one area that I would like the government to really participate in. And then secondly, I also like the government to go into more PPEs. Sorry, PPP, not PPE, PPP, public-private partnership. So that you give them enough, like I mentioned, the tourism.
Yes.
Tourism is one very lucrative area that I think, investors should really come in.
Okay.
River State people are looking for where to have some good time, particularly on the festive period. Easter, 1st of October, December, Christmas period. They want to go out. Now, people want to travel out because they don't have such things in River State. In my growing up, we have some places that we used to visit. It's like a resort. Just behind, just by industry here. That's the Makoba area. Isaka. We used to go to Isaka to go and have some relaxation. That, can still be developed. From my understanding, it was brought in or developed during Data Speech time. I enjoyed it in my early days of life. We can still do the same thing now. We revive it. We used to go to Ibono Beach. That's around that Pobo Ogoni axis. That can also be revived. On that way that I mentioned now, from Pobo to between Pobo, Ogoni, going towards Bonny, that axis is beautiful axis that people can go and invest on tourism. We need tourism in River State.
Okay.
People want to go to where they can go and relax and, have some good sea. They sight see and then have some good relaxation. I don't know whether you've heard of the place called Oyorokoto.
Yes.
Okay, Oyorokoto Fishing Port. It's in Opobo. Oyorokoto Fishing Port. No, Anthony. Sorry, not Opobo. Anthony. Oyorokoto Fishing Port is the largest fishing port in West Africa. You can imagine that it's in River State. If that place is developed, that can also serve as a very good tourist center. And all these places will help towards create employment. It will bring revenue to the state. And then the people around also make money, and then investors will make their money too.
Yes.
So it cuts across. So all we need to do is to sell these products, sell our products to the outside world, and they will come investing.
Okay.
Have you also considered that in the real estate in River State, there are many real estate developers today in River State? Now, if River State is not peaceful, I don't think we'll be having such a number of real estates. They are coming up every blessed day. In your studio, I hear about them severally, advertising their estates, telling people to come and buy. And there are so many of them. So if River State was not peaceful, would they come? Would they be selling their products? They won't be selling. So that's why I keep saying that River State is one of the most peaceful states in Nigeria.
All right. If you just tuned in, we've been discussing with a financial expert, Dr. Henry Berichi, and we're looking at discussions around economic investment. He has described River State as one of the most peaceful and viable states for investment and development. Just before I let you go, Dr. Henry, we may be in what I'm calling it post political crisis, right? And the state has experienced for quite some time, where all over the airways, televisions here, radio stations here, media stations here in the state, and even outside the state, we're hearing River State, River State, River State, River State, River State. Do you think that's something the government should do? I mean, just so that they can, apart a number of other things that they are working on economically or infrastructurally, is there something that the government can do to sort of encourage the people, or there are no tensions, right? However, just put out that message out there that, okay, River State is safe, River investment, and you can do this. While the governor continues to talk about how peaceful the state is and how he's interested in the peace of River State, are there anything coming to mind at all that the government can do?
I think they should do more jingles.
Okay.
Yeah, they should do more. We have a lot of radio stations in River State now. You should do more jingles, more flyers, more billboards.
Okay.
Billboards to let the people, from the entrance, coming to River State,
Mm.
there should be billboards stating that River State is a peaceful place. From Abia State entering River State, massive billboard. From Imo State coming to River State, on that massive billboard, and then within the town, billboards are then also jingles, radio jingles.
Mm.
I think there's some as most, River State is a great state.
Mm.
That's kind of jingle thing.
Okay.
So let's, revive such thing and then let the people know that despite what they think and what probably he's playing out in the political terrain, which for now, peace has come back to the state. Yeah, at least the legislatures and the executive, they are working in harmony. So there's enough peace as it stands today.
Okay.
So they should do more jingles to let them know that, peace politically has been resolved. And then security aspect, we have also, River State is a peaceful ground also, talking about security aspect. See, when we talk about security, I know that you cannot totally erase security, but you can reduce it.
Insecurity.
You can reduce insecurity rather. You can reduce insecurity, so you cannot totally erase insecurity, but you can reduce it.
Okay.
Yes. As long as, just like, the Bible said that the poor you have always. So that means, insecurity you have too. But you have to look for ways to curb it, to reduce it to the barest minimum. If these things that I've said is done, even the police stations will have less work to do.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Henry Burich. I'll let you run now because you have another engagement. Thank you, Dr. Henry Burich, Member Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and Chartered Member Institute of Taxation Nigeria, PhD Accounting and Taxation, financial expert. Thank you for giving this direction to what River State can do and what it is at the moment economically. Thank you so much, and do have a great day.
Thank you, and thank you, listeners, for listening. God bless you.
All right. So I turn to you now, the listener. I know that you've been listening or through or from the beginning of the program. What are your thoughts? Now, this is particularly to paint the narrative, maybe not necessarily a narrative, paint a picture that exists, even if it's minimal, and something that can be built on to ensure that, well, instead of asking a lot of questions, I think you should keep asking questions, but maybe instead of complaining, you can say, these are the areas that we're getting rightly, and these are the areas that we can continue to improve on as a state, right? So we can begin to see those angles and say, okay, we think government should do this, we think government should do that, and let's bring back this one, let's leave this other one, and the states can be better. Oh, what's happening with agriculture? What's happening to investment in tourism, right? How can we further make the people happier? Okay, we're talking about employment. What's happening with the 5,000 employments that the government instituted? How much more employment can we have? And remember, if we have more people invest, it means we can have more people employed. Not everybody must be employed by the government. Right? We can have people employed in private sectors and all of that. So that's why we decided to have this conversation. What are your thoughts this afternoon? 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Talk That Talk.
Hello, Presenter.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew calling from Expo.
Please go on.
Just like the man said, it's good to hear this talk. But the truth is that the government have to be up to their game and do what is necessary. We are not asking for the government for much. You cannot employ everybody, but you can employ few. And the few too can also get and benefit from those who they have employed. Now, the last time, if I could remember, the president went down to Argungu fishing festival. Now look at the north. Look at where Argungu is. It should be in Kebbi State for fishing. Yet this is a festival that they do every year, and it generates millions. The people from outside come, tourists come from outside, and the state, with the huge security there, the state benefits from it, and the country too benefits from it. They make good amount of money. But here in River State, ask me one thing they are doing, that people from other states will come. Said they were against actually. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on, please. Are you there? Can you hear me? All right, please dial again, 0810-9510-951. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Chima.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you once again.
Please go on. Welcome.
Yes. Chima, I listened to your guest with rapt attention. Yes, he's talking about love for the state. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you doing hot forceful.
Yes.
Please go on.
If there's any person that loves River State, I should be among the very first in the front row. I'm not happy with what is happening in the country. There's no just saying, sugarcoating or whatever. Nobody is demarcating River State. But you don't need. There's an adage, Chinese that don't need a mirror to look at what is in your hands. They said we are the executive and the legislature are each other jugular. These are people who are supposed to pilot themselves, who are supposed to set the ball rolling, who are supposed to set good example for us. I have never in one day, heaven knows, go outside and say, no, River State is this and that. I protect River State no matter what. Even as I'm talking now, I'm really pained when you talk about development. River State is going backward every time, backward. River State used to be very close to Lagos State. That is not in doubt. Like I've always said this. River State was when you talk about the population, River State was very close, just 2 million below Lagos State. But now today, Lagos is more than 25 million persons. River State is still struggling with 8 million. Everything is just our seaport, our guess you are talking about who are the people that are going to do this thing. Work this thing out. It's our leader. Security wise is the leader because security is their business. Although security is everybody's business, but they are people who are major stakeholders in security are the government.
All right. Yeah. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Queen.
Yes, go on, please.
This is Honorable Chris, please.
I can hear you. Go on, Honorable Chris.
I agree with your guest. The problem we have in Nigeria or in River State is that we need to speak up. You don't need any, like me, I'm a businessman. Before I buy land from your community, I will do what we call investigation. Even at times when you marry, you go and ask. I'll ask these people, are they the family when they sell land for you, they sell it to another person? You don't need with the crisis that is happening in River State where somebody will impose, this is what I want. Investors don't like that kind of people where somebody will just wake up in the morning, hey, I don't like this man face, close his shop, just plant something there and label him one thing or the other, you close that person's business. It is not done that way. When such a thing, people should speak. Elders, where is the elders of River State? You don't expect a stranger to come and invest in your community where they know that one man is island that can wake up in the morning saying you should not open. It is not done anywhere. So people are learning. People are seeing what is going on. So what you people are supposed to do, people should come out and take a stand. This thing that is happening, we are not in support of this. Like one certain place now in Port Harcourt, there is some area, they see people there as people that are staying in village. When power holding wants to give light, they give them 2 minutes light, then give the other people from morning to night, 2 days, their own light to them. all those kind of a thing is not good. Where the stakeholders supposed to talk to the power holdings. It's a business now. They are now politicizing it. You see in a village where power holding, this group, this side, they are second class, they are first class citizens, they are light, let's give them 2 minutes. In any community, I travel to my Adja state. The 13th, I travel to January. Line never do penyo. So, people should first invest on, talk to this power holding. Let them stop these politics they are playing. They are pursuing investors away.
Welcome to Talk That Talk. Good afternoon.
Oh.
Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon. It's Queen. Good afternoon.
Oh, Queen, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm Simeon, calling from Delhi.
Welcome, Simeon.
Yeah. You see, I'm always proud of River State because we have no other state than this one. I was here, I grew up here, I did everything here. Right now, I'm living here. I can compare and contrast when I was a little child. This man there, you mentioned about Transamade. Yes, Transamade was a haven of industries. And people used to stream in there every morning, night, you see people moving about. But that is gone. I happen to have worked in a data rubber company. The data rubber company at Okomoko Eche. That place was a booming center. But those things are gone. This pond is gone. The fishing pond is gone. I don't know, but this state is industrially a viable place. If government want to transform our state to be industrially viable, they can do it. It only depends on the government to have a will. A will. This is what we want to do. Sometimes I wrote a memo that every local government should embark in agriculture to do one thing and train all people there, and therefore there, if they finish, they should give them a starter pack. Let them go back to their various areas and also engage in agriculture. You see, if that is done, our youth will be engaged. But this is never done. What they want is every month they pay pension, they pay all the money is gone.
All right.
No, it cannot be so now.
All right. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes, welcome, please.
Emmanuel calling from Port Harcourt.
Go on, please. Can hear you.
All right. The guest in the studio, well, I thank him for the way he spoke. He spoke well. Actually, the problem in River State, although for me it's not a problem. Why I say it's not a problem is something that we can solve. So the River State now, when you talk about the development of River State or the investors coming to River State, how can investors come to the state in a state where politics, especially politics of acrimony and rancor, is being played? So I think if the River State did not, especially the political elite, if they did not do away with politics of bitterness and hatred, my dear, investors cannot come. Like as I am, I have never one day speak against River State. I'm a core Rivers man. So I have never speak against River State. It is the government officials, our leaders, they are the ones speaking against or demarcating River State. Thank God these few days that we are seeing peace in River State between the executive and the legislature. So you can see that if this state they did not put the politics of hatred, investors will not come to our state.
All right.
They should try to make sure that River State is peaceful so that investors will come and promote good governance and development in our dear state. Thank you and God bless you.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Queen.
Yes,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Queen, I want to first of all say that God will bless your guest and just left your studio. You see the way he handled this discussion, politically. It were some people, particularly lawyers, who you thought would narrate how the issues are so that every Riversman will be pleased and love the state, because I think that is what the state needs to grow. Good narration, positive vibes from River State and from Rivers people. These lawyers will be telling lies and quoting the constitution upside down, confusing people and even confusing investors. The thing we need now in this state is to be straight and sincere, loving the state. There are jingles we need to play in this state. You say, love River State or leave her alone. It hurts that even people who depend on River State, rely on resources that come from River State, will be in River State and be talking nonsense against the state, castigating the state. This state is a wonderful state, and her people are very, very wonderful. I want this media to urge my brothers and sisters from River State, be you Ikwere, be you Okrika, Opobo, Eche, Andoni. Please do not listen to non-indigenous outsiders. Love your brothers and your sisters first and foremost, so that we promote our state.
Well, no way. I don't think. Well, Special Douglas, calm down. I don't think you should promote that narrative. So residents or non-indigenous. Can you listen to me first? Residents or non-indigens can still contribute, right? So when you say they have a target to draw the state backwards, I don't agree with that. Right? They can contribute. Can they contribute or not? Can they contribute or not? So I think you should put it that way. Please don't say non-indigens.
Yes, no, not general. I'm trying to discourage those who have negative narratives.
All right, and that's a better way to put it.
And positive side of the state. Particularly when the state are having internal issue which does not concern them, they should avoid the interrupting.
Okay, I'll let you go then. It concerns them. It does. They stay here. Good afternoon.
My name is Thank God from the community local government. I want to say that investors cannot come to a state where there is political instability.
All right.
How can investors come to a state where government don't give grants? There is insecurity, bad roads everywhere.
All right.
Yeah. What about the state of emergency?
There isn't a state of emergency, is there? Special Douglas, if you're listening to me, you need to be careful the way you use words, right? Every state in Nigeria says, okay, if you're not from this state, go back to your state. What happens to people's businesses? What happens to people's investment? What happens to social cultural living? What happens to living together? What happens to that? There are people who are not from River State who've been here for 20, 30 years, giving their quota to the state, not just to the state, to the country, right? So you don't say it's not their business, because whatever happens in government affects them, so it is their business. It's Nigeria. Yes, it could be River State. They may not be from River State, but it's their business. So I think when you're putting out your narratives, you put it in a way that sounds really nice to anyone listening. So imagine if you lived outside River State, if you ever live outside River State and you want to talk about the politics of the state, because one way or the other it affects you. Maybe you're a businessman and someone from that state just says, shut up, it's not your business. How would you feel? Right. So we'll just stop taking calls there. Chisom from Amoga says, a good product sells itself. I will promote the states when I am benefiting from it, not when it is obviously a weekend for our state to benefit. Then my work would be to project the state for investment. As how now? Am I the one going around shouting agreement is agreement? Am I the one entering flimsy agreements on behalf of the state but to the detriment of the state? Sir, a good project sells itself. When the governor and his friends do the needful, investors will come. They are not blind. All right. That's your thought. Thank you for texting. That's it. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Talk That Talk and staying tuned to the station to 3 o'clock. The sports crew will be here for updates in the world of sport. 4 p.m. Anastasia Benjamin will be here for updates, news updates. Afterwards, the platform for Stina Oputu. Of course, 5 p.m. Waiting to happen with Mazi and MC Kuro. You don't want to miss any of these. Stay with us and have a fantastic time. My name is Queen.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 4th March. In 1933, Franklin Roosevelt was inaugurated as the 32nd U.S. president, promising to fight the Great Depression and stating, "The only thing we have to fear is the fear itself." Also in 1933, government official Frances Perkins was sworn in as a U.S. Secretary of Labor in the administration of President Franklin Roosevelt. She was the first woman appointed to a cabinet post. In 1982, Canadian jurist Bertha Wilson became the first woman appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada. In 2012, Vladimir Putin won the Russian presidential election amid allegations of voter fraud. And in 2013, the papal conclave began to select the successor of Pope Benedict XVI.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
The Nigerian Communications Commission has launched a public consultation process as part of its review of the National Telecommunications Policy 2000, inviting industry stakeholders and members of the public to submit written feedback. The National Identity Management Commission has confirmed that its ward-level enrollment drive, which officially commenced on Monday, 16th February 2026, is progressing steadily across the Federation. On the foreign scene, the Russian-born founder of Telegram, Pavel Durov, has disclosed that the Russian authorities were probing him for aiding terrorism, the latest escalation in Moscow's repeated attempts to block the popular messenger. Britain's data watchdog says it has fined online discussion site Reddit 14.5 million euros over failures to protect children's personal data, potentially exposing them to harmful content.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
This is what we've waited for. Showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take three lights? Who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 6:30 a.m.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
from the relegation battlers, Wolverhampton Wanderers, going there to beat the defending champions. I don't know why I never felt surprised because
You be caliber. Because you spawn from a caliber of an awful champion, an awful defending champion.
See the
caliber.
No, see, so I think this is too early.
Yo,
Too
boys,
early.
boys,
Because-
match
because-
the
boys,
boys, it's not match day 29.
It's
okay,
no,
mean
no,
on
no,
the show.
it's on the show. It's
okay,
too early on the show.
See,
No,
okay,
no.
okay. Let me wait.
The truth is that Liverpool, you say the process of defending this title on paper was actually good because spending about 450 million to show it shows the intent that yes they want to win, they want to defend their title, but just as we are seeing, football is not played on paper. But for us now to be qualified. This was just a deflection, and for us not to be qualified to even play to contest for the awful champions, they finished second. So Arsenal shouldn't be put in the same sentence as Liverpool. Liverpool have done it. Liverpool
You
have
just
done
put
it.
Arsenal in the same sentence with Liverpool now. Why you continue talking about Liverpool? Greet the listeners. Talk about Liverpool. Let's continue.
No, see, the truth is that we know that they are bad games. If you ask a certain Chelsea fan, he will tell you that it's been long as Chelsea did win a game. We've seen lots of teams do that. Now United have played about 4 or 5 years, struggling to get 5 consecutive wins. It shows you how difficult football has become, where certain teams who just wants to use corner kick to win a league title, though we are still waiting. If they fail to win the league, we'll come to that. But for now, let's just sit tight and enjoy the show.
Sit tight and enjoy the show. And sitting tight right beside him is Nelson Odia. Nelson, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show once again.
It has been banter throughout the show. I've not said it yet, and it's already bantering each other throughout the show. But it's wonderful to be able to talk about sports again. I'm just here quiet because I don't know what to expect today. I'm just tired.
Makes 3 bullets, no retreat.
Exactly. So let me just keep quiet and just maintain my own self because myself I'm suffering in my own corner. So, but it's clear. Well, I'm glad to be able to talk about sports once again. Let us get on to the show, please.
All right, let's get on with the show. 08109510951. That is the phone line. 0701-933-996. That is for the SMS. It doubles as the WhatsApp line. You can join us anytime at any point in the show. There's a post right there on Facebook at Today95.1fm. You can engage. Your comments will be read out later. You can catch us live on YouTube at Today951FM, on Instagram at TodayFM951, and on X at TodayFM951. With that, I say sit back, relax, and let's get the game started. And Chinonso Odinaka completed a clean sprint sweep at the 2026 AFN Golden League in Benin City, winning both the 100-meter and 200-meter titles. Eziako, who had clocked 10.32 seconds in Monday's 100-meter, returned to the win with the 200-meter in a personal best of 20.83 seconds, despite a 1.6-meter behind headwind, finishing well ahead of Paul Otagba, 21.66 seconds, and Enoch Dabo, who had 21.76 seconds. In the women's event, Odinaka added the 200-meter crown to her 100-meter triumph, 11.69 seconds, taking gold in 24.13 seconds, narrowly beating Miriam Jegede, who had 24.16 seconds, and Popo's Excellence, who had 24.53 seconds. The 400-meter finals also produced standout performance, with Sikiru Adeyemi winning the men's race in a season's best 46.41 ahead of Igboja Michael, who had 46.79 seconds, and Kwashi Courage, who had 47.90 seconds. Siviana Osai claimed the women's 400-meter in 53.53 seconds over the hurdles. Wisdom Musa secured the men's 110 meters title in 14.31 seconds, while Osiewe Salami took the 400 meter hurdles in 52.25 seconds, underlining the depth of talent on display. Field and throwing events were equally competitive as Clegg Edet won the high jump 1.70 meters and Olise Favor topped the long jump with 6.29 meters. Ukandu Judith dominated the shot put with 12.07 meters, while Rukaya Mustafa led the discus at 42.87 meters. With premium events offering up to 100,000 for first place, the maiden AFN Golden League continues to attract elite talents with the next leg set for Lagos on March 18th to 19th. Leaving that and heading over to Formula One as George Russell heads into the new Formula One season with quiet confidence, unfazed by talk of being a pre-season title favorite. The Mercedes driver insists the hype does not change my approach one single bit, stressing that he and the team have worked flat out to maximize the new regulations. Russell is embracing the challenge of adapting to the 50-50 power unit split and complex systems like energy management, battery reharvesting, booster modes, and active aero, saying he feels confident he can take advantage of the learning curve. Now entering his 8th Formula One season and 5th with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team, Russell has firmly established himself as one of the sport's elite after standard performances with Williams Racing, including a remarkable front-row start at Spa in 2021. He has won 5 races in the past 4 years and outperformed Lewis Hamilton over 2 of their 3 seasons as teammates. Last year, he was the only driver outside the title contenders Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, and Oscar Piastri to win a Grand Prix, underlining his credentials as a genuine championship threat. With Mercedes appearing strong under the new rules, Russell believes we've delivered a strong car, he says, though he remains cautious about Red Bull and Ferrari. A potential title fight with Verstappen would add spice, especially after their public fallout in 2024, when Verstappen said he had lost all respect for Russell, who responded that the Dutchman cannot deal with the adversity. For now, Russell is focused on performance, but if Mercedes truly have a contender, this could finally be the year he goes head-to-head with Verstappen for the championship. So I'm coming over to you now. What are the chances of George Russell winning the Formula One world title this season with Mercedes? And who do you see taking the first race of the season?
Oof. Okay, I'll start with George Russell and the Mercedes franchise. I've seen before the start of the season where Toto Wolff has been waxing lyrically, not on the positive side, but on the negative side, about the chances of Mercedes functioning properly under the new rules ahead of the new season. But then, looking at the chances they now have with their drivers, talking about George Russell, who should be the leading driver for the Mercedes franchise. Russell has, say, an understudy to Lewis Hamilton for a while. He should have picked up 1 or 2s from a man who has seen the highest of highs in the sport and also probably his lowest times. So you know how to navigate some of the challenging times in the sport. But then with George Russell, I think when you have the McLaren team, who will forever seem like, as it stands heading into the season, the leading constructors franchise, and then with drivers like Lando Norris and of course Max Verstappen, who I still feel is the unending title favourites, you can say George Russell's chances might not be that a lot to fancy. And for me, for the Australian Grand Prix, it's going to be a clean race to see who can start the season on a high. Oscar Piastri, by the way, is an Australian, starts on home turf. That could be, you want to say maybe an advantage, or maybe something which can spur him to do great things in that circuit in Melbourne. But a part of me still sees Max Verstappen, starting the season on a high. I want to see Max start the season on a high. And let me not forget the defending champion, Lando Norris, who would also want to get his defense of his title, unlike some others, into the most perfect start. And Lewis Hamilton, who says he finally seems to be where he wants to be for a long time in his career. So it's going to be an interesting one this weekend, and I'm all for it.
All right. What about you, Nelson?
Is it for me? I think
no. The the first race of the season,
Mhm.
who do you see taking it?
Obviously, Lando Norris.
Lando Norris.
Yeah, you have had the complaints of the likes of Lewis Hamilton always have this complaint of not being able to have that fresh start or have that control over the Ferrari vehicle or the Ferrari constructor at the meantime. So for me, I just think that Lewis Hamilton has been able to just show that aura, show that composure, that confidence throughout. I mean, when Verstappen came out to complain about the new regulations of the new rules of the Formula One, Verstappen, Norris came out to say, look, if you can't drive, you retire. He told him straight to his face, if you can't drive, retire, because of the fact that he knows what his engine can be able to provide. I mean, he's using a Mercedes engine, and the McLaren drivers and the McLaren constructors and the McLaren company or the principal as a whole is doing very well for themselves. So for me, I think the first race of the season is going to be communicated. Is it which Grand Tour are they going to go for? I don't. If I may ask of you, which Grand Tour is that?
Australian Grand
Prix. So for me, it's obviously going to be Lando Norris. Lando Norris take that one for me because I knew that he has prepared very well. There is no DRS anymore, but still, he has been able to show that composure, that confidence that if I go into this season, I'm going in headstrong. I want to compete not only with myself but also with my fellow colleague, which is Oscar Piastri. Last season, we saw how Oscar Piastri almost gave me a run for his money. So for me, I just feel that it's going to be a little bit easy for him this time around because Verstappen has come out to say he's going to retire very soon. He don't want to wait until he's 40. And also the likes of Lewis Hamilton, I don't think it's going to be that much of a threat when it comes to this kind of competitions anymore because he has already made a name for himself. So let him rest. So for me, I feel it's going to be Lando Norris in the first win for this for me.
All right, now we leave that and head over to talk about the Super Falcons. Yesterday, they beat the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon 3-1. A good one for them, but the problem is the Confederation of African Football, as it's expected to announce that within the next 48 hours, whether the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations or AFCON will be postponed. The development was a formal request from host nation Morocco seeking a delay of the continental tournament. Sources indicate that the matter has been under review for several weeks, with multiple high-level meetings held to evaluate the potential impact of adjusting the competition's calendar. CAF is reportedly handling the situation with urgency due to the tournament's importance in the women's football schedule across Africa. The forthcoming decision is expected to provide clarity on the competition's timeline and guide participating nations and key stakeholders in their preparations. An official statement from CAF is anticipated within the stipulated 48 hours windows. Now, Victor, I'm going to come over to you now. The 16 nations participating in this, how does the postponement affect them? You're talking about their trainings, you're talking about the camps, the friendlies they've done, the national league schedules, because some of them, if they are players that are from their local leagues that they invite, you talk about that, even their foreign players, how it's going to affect them, and the teams that have already called players that ply their trade in clubs in Europe. And also the WAFCON serves as a qualifier for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. So what knock-on effects will it have on that?
First off, I feel whenever postponement comes in an activity, it just shows the fact that it strikes an imbalance with everything. And you look at the most of these players, just as you said, they ply their trade outside their country in other leagues, and the likes of Rashida Tajibade. That's just to mention those in the Super Falcons team. These are players that already have a laid down schedule, and this postponement will not be very much okay with the schedule of even the club sides. We know that most of these club sides are responsible for the day-to-day running of this player. They pay this player weekly, and things like this actually does affect their plans. In case players get injured, and club sides are the ones getting to suffer the pain of it. So I feel Africa on their own part should be able to make proper arrangement for things like this. We shouldn't be getting things postponement of this caliber for competition. This is not an age grade competition. This is not the under 17 or even the under 20. This is let's say this is our very own elite competition when it comes to women football. So for the 16 teams there, it will obviously affect them. Some are already prepared, some are battle ready, looking forward to it, and postponement like this sometimes tends to make players lose focus, make teams lose focus, because when you're ready for it, this comes in and you just feel like let's take our minds off it, and all of a sudden it comes back. Some don't be surprised in Africa. We have cases where if something goes wrong, some coaches will cite the fact that the competition was not played at the right time. That is why we're having cases like this. I think it's very sad, but most times we get to see African competitions being played in a different year, whereas they are supposed to be played. We had the case where the AFCON 2023 was played in, I think, in 2024, and we had cases where some of us were making mistakes, where we were addressing it as AFCON 2024 when it's supposed to be 2023 and all that. So we should be putting our house in order. I know outside the studio I did joke about the fact that it's because of the fighting here and that is why we're having cases like the bus. But we need to put our house in order. We need to, if we are fixing a tournament, let's get straight to it and play it. We look at the EPL. But before the end of the season, they announce the start of the next season, and no matter what happens, except we have cases of maybe a virus outbreak that made them have some issues. But whenever they announce the start of a new tournament, they stick to it. Even if it's 4 years interval, once they announce it, they stick to it. Before the season ends, they announce the new season. But in the MPFL, we have cases where we announce the start of the new season. Getting close to that mapped out date, we have cases where we postpone for like 2-3 months. Sometimes we don't even know when it's going to start. We just wait and we're waiting for verdict from the league management body. So when it boils down to the entire Africa, we need to have a laid down process so that our leagues, our top competitions won't be addressed as small tournaments, just as we had many years ago when Jamie Carragher and Jurgen Klopp did at some point look at it as a small tournament. So we shouldn't be having cases where the Western world will be looking at our tournaments like second fiddle because we don't plan properly. So we need to plan properly, and we shouldn't neglect the women side of football, because I feel if this was the men side of the competition, we wouldn't be having cases where we are trying to postpone. We'll make sure everything is being put in place for it to be played. So let's apply that same pattern to the women's side of football, because you take it or leave it, the women's side of football is also very, very integral in terms of the joy it brings to the fans out there. Because take for instance in Nigeria, if you take out the joy that the Super Falcons have been given to most Nigerians as regards their performance, titles being won, we see the kind of football we envisage for the men, we see the women doing it. So we should also place priority, place the same priority, the same love we have for the men side of the game to the women also.
Now, Somto, coming over to you now. You're looking at what could be the primary reason for Morocco wanting to delay this. And if the verdict does come out that it's been postponed, are there any quick solutions? Because it doesn't look as if nations are ready to host the tournament. As we've seen, Morocco has hosted the AFCON like back-to-back. And you're looking at the nations that we have in Africa ready to host a tournament. Maybe some might say the AFCON is a small event to host just 60 nations and maybe not as much as it will be if it was AFCON. But nonetheless, is there any quick solution? And is Patrick Motsepe losing it at CAF? With what happened in the AFCON in Morocco, the controversy and then this popping up. Is there something going on with Patrick Motsepe and CAF?
You can basically say the main reason Morocco started having, some dwindles regarding, I want to say, some involvement in African football, because I was actually following a lot of reports that spanned out after CAF did give their verdict regarding the Africa Cup of Nations and the final and everything in its entirety that transpired at the showpiece over there in Morocco. And since that time, it seems like a lot of reports have come out where, the Moroccan FA is not entirely satisfied with what the ruling of CAF was after the competition. And even Motsepe in his press conference, he was asked, in his press conference before the final, he was asked whether he was giving a bit of favoritism towards Morocco and all that concerns the nation. And he responded, and in his own way said, Michael, that he wants to host the competition, and a lot of countries are not really interested or putting in the works to actually want to host these competitions. But Morocco steps in every time to, so to say, spare his blushes or to save and salvage whatever situation that could be messy that they could find themselves in. But it's very different. We see the troubles that's happening with Kenya and Tanzania regarding them wanting to host the Africa Cup of Nations and how they are preparing and trying to contribute a lot of money, spending a lot of money to develop their facilities. you said AFCON, yeah, it's not like the male part of the competition. Yeah, a lot of teams, because I've been following what's actually going to happen at the FIFA World Cup, and it's a lot. Because from hotel,
I think the FIFA World Cup one is the topic that we're going to discuss on Saturday. So I've been looking at what's been happening. I'm like, is this World Cup going to happen?
So if you're looking for a short fix, just like Morocco, and there was a lot of when the Super Eagles actually during the Africa Cup of Nations went to their hotel, and the journalists put out, this is the hotel where the Super Eagles are, and a lot of people were like, why are you putting it out there for people to see? I don't think you understand. Before you can get access to that hotel at that particular point in time, you have to be someone that is known by the security. First of all, you have to have a valid means of identification. So even if you're a journalist, you stay a certain blocks away from the hotel. So if you're looking for a short fix, some other things have to be in check. Talking about security, you talk about hotel accommodation, you talk about facilities, because you are going to have camp bases for 16 teams. Now, the only countries that you can actually look at that could do something like this and host other countries, you look at South Africa, probably, and you look at other countries in the northern part of Africa. But when you look at the eastern part of Africa, really, is there really a lot of facilities that you want to instantly throw in the hat and say, okay, come and host the Nations Cup? Cameroon and Ivory Coast recently did host the Africa Cup of Nations. Equatorial Guinea also, to an extent, seems like they have some facilities to make do with. So it's up to CAF. Do you now employ a model like Europe used when COVID was spreading at the time it was, and it was also the special anniversary of the European Championship, and they spread it across different cities in Europe? If you say spread it across different cities in Africa, does that really help at this point in time? Because in Euro 2020 that was played in 2021, they played in Berlin, played in Rome, played in the final in Wembley, obviously, and spread it across different in Budapest, different places. So if you want to employ that model, how does that work just to salvage it? I don't know if that also helps, but I'll wait to see what the Moroccan FA will respond to regarding hosting the WAFCON.
Right, 48 hours we'll get our news. At least CAF has given us a timeline. FIFA don't give us a timeline for their own verdict. CAF said 48. If CAF said 48 hours, after 48 hours, we don't hear anything.
Why is a lot of people really expecting? I don't know. For the FIFA verdict, I'm not really expecting positive news, to be honest. I don't know, because these players even played at the Africa Cup of Nations. These players in question and they didn't just start playing before the Super Eagles of Nigeria played in the playoff. They had played before that time, talking about it. So what about the other countries they faced? Are we going to start from there? I don't know. Maybe FIFA is taking their time to actually have a look at this. But
if it was going to come out negative, I think it would have come out negative by now.
It's one thing to focus on the rules, yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm an advocate of follow the rules. But it's one thing, if we actually did everything we were supposed to do in the qualifiers, win our games,
I think that
be having
that one's a different
put calculator aside now. We have started
topic.
committing it into fasting and prayers. We have left calculator. We are going to say, judge and jury. Now, I mean, if we did things right from the start, you can say injuries did not help, particularly to the key man of the side, and from Finidi George to Jose Pescia. But sorry, did I say Finidi George? Austin Iguavoen, I'm sorry, to Jose Pescia. But it's what it is. Let's focus on the future. If this comes and it's positive, fine. But I've not really put a lot of my heart to it to say I'm really expecting something positive from FIFA.
All right, so we'll wait for FIFA verdict and CAF's verdict on the WAFCON. Hopefully it doesn't get postponed. Hopefully you know what goes down. Leaving all that and heading over to Europe, now we'll focus on the Copa del Rey. We head over to talk about what's happening in match day 29 in the English Premier League. Barcelona, Catalan Giants were able to win the battle, but they couldn't win the war. 3-0 it ended right there at Camp Nou, and they have been knocked out of the Copa del Rey. So no domestic treble like they did last season. Did you expect a comeback, Victor?
Yes, I expected a comeback, but coming back to the Camp Nou, that's what I mean. Because let's tell ourselves the truth. This is not Elche. This is not Osasuna. Even Osasuna, Barcelona will not lose 4-0 in the first game and come back to do a comeback to beat Osasuna 5-0. Because you being the team leading by 4 goals to 0, you already understand that what you just need to do is just try not to concede 5 goals. It's that simple. The least team in the EPL can actually try to defend a 4-goal lead. So I don't know what the men there at Barcelona were thinking when they considered that 4 goals, because I knew the game was done and dusted. Because you look at Diego Simeone's team, he's known for his defensive structure, his team being very, very active when it comes to their defensive approach. But now we have very good attacking players in that team, players that can actually hurt any team on the counter. And this is a Barcelona team that has a high line that you, as opposition, you just understand that yes, you are going to get those chances. Those chances will come. I just wish this Barcelona team were in the Premier League. That is where you see these teams exposing them. Because I just understood that yes, this team, Atletico Madrid is going to get a goal. Just yesterday, I feel Diego Simeone's team didn't come out to play football. If not, we all understood that yes, they could get a goal. So I just understood that this particular game was already done. Kudos to the team. They fought back, tried to get the comeback. But believe me, comeback is not for everybody. If you think it's a lie, ask even the certain goats of Barcelona that came to Anfield. You understood what comeback is. Comeback is not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
They will close the roof at one point. Last week they said they will close roof.
They will close roof. No, I can recall another Spanish team. They said they will close roof. That they will do this, they will do that. See, I don't know these days. I feel the English teams have upper hand when it comes to comeback. They know how to do it. The Spanish teams are just living on past glory.
All right. Atletico Madrid step into the finals of the Copa del Rey in a long time. The last time they were in the Copa del Rey final, it was against Real Madrid 2012-2013 season. They beat Real Madrid 2-1. Both teams having a red card, and that was the only time they appeared in the final. Since then, the best results they've been able to showcase has been a semi-final finish, and they will be waiting on the winner between the match between Real Sociedad and Athletic Club Bilbao. Real Sociedad currently lead on aggregate 1-0. They've taken each other 9 p.m. Does it look like a title for Atletico Madrid and Diego Simeone? The first title for the man, Ademola Lookman.
Obviously, yeah, because I watched the match against Barca and Atletico Madrid. We saw, like Victor said, if this team is playing in the Premier League, teams like Wolf would want to play against them. You understand? Because the highline was good enough, but the Atletico Madrid team, their mentality was, please, let's just sit back. Let's not play Barca. Barca played very beautiful yesterday, and even Rafinha has come out to say that if we are able to play this, if we can play this throughout the season, till the season end, we can be able to win the league. I just laughed. I said, okay, let's go to be. But for me, I feel one thing is certain. This league, this particular cup belongs to Atletico Madrid, but the mentality is not clicking yet, because I feel that the Atletico Madrid team are not putting 100% best. At least you would have scored 1 goal yesterday. It was 3 unreplied goals. And the goal was almost similar. Bernal was coming from the midfield as a deep lane forward.
When he reached Barca, they no reply to.
I know, they did not reply to, but this one at least, it was that highline that people were catching a long time ago, and they were still using highline to finish them. Chelsea went to the highline, finished the highline. Barca done the same thing. Liverpool, Madrid have done the same thing to the highline. So for me, I feel like it's something you need to look out there and say, the Atletico Madrid need to have that mentality of, even if you have scored, I know packing the box is a good thing, but it's not obviously that mentality that should carry to play Barcelona, because Barcelona is that team that should be able to go into and be able to score 2 or 3 goals against them, because the highline is not even that effective enough again once more. Okay, this Atletico Madrid, let's just see if they can be able to go in or out to win. But for me, I'm not 100% sure they're going to win this cup this time around.
All right, guys, it's March 29 in the English Premier League. Yesterday we saw action in all centres. Bournemouth and Brentford ended goalless. Everton were able to beat Burnley 2-0. Leeds and Sunderland ended in favour of the Black Cats as they beat Farke's side 1-0. And the big match for yesterday was Liverpool 2-1. We are currently looking at the match on our screens. Goalless. This was during the first half. The goals came in the second half. And what's happening to Liverpool at this point in time now? Consider the 94th minute winner, and now their hopes of securing the Champions League football are under threat. A scenario which slots simply cannot afford. Are there still hopes that Liverpool can do it this season? They've had back-to-back games against Wolves. They haven't beaten Wolves in those 2 games. Victor.
They did beat Wolves in the first leg. The first leg there at Anfield, they did beat Wolves. I think that was 2 goals to 1. And the thing is that I think at this point there's nothing really wrong with this team. It's just the fact that this season they've been out of form, because prior to this game they were on 6 wins in possible 7 games, and that's for in all competitions, and that form is actually not bad. It's just the fact that this what we expect from Liverpool is not what they are giving us, because you know fully well that yes, they spent money, they are defending champions. The level is supposed to be that high. Mo Salah signing a new deal, Virgil van Dijk signing a new deal, getting Isak, Ekitike, Florian Wirtz, and the rest. That the level is supposed to be dragging or being on top of the table, going for the Champions League. That is the level. And since they're not giving us that same level, that is why a lot of fans will come to say that they are not on that particular, they are not doing the right thing. It's not as if they are actually playing that badly, because they've got some good wins in these past few games. I think the only blemish there is the game against Manchester City. The rest games they've been winning. Even when they don't play well, they get to win. They just trashed West Ham 5 goals to 2 in the game before this. So I feel that there's nothing really wrong. It's just that this season, for me, I feel their season is already done. If they can get Champions League football, then it's an added advantage. If not, they understand that this is didn't do well, and they will be coming out next season to say, yes, we need to stake claim to what we are known for. And we are surprised, because 2019, when they won the league, the following season, I think they struggled to even make the top 4. It took Alisson's header against West Brom to get them into top 4 places. So there's nothing really wrong with this team. The team plays badly today, plays better for the next game, and gets a win. So I don't.
Popular phrase from Bonawe. Guys, speak.
No, see,
guys, speak tired.
No, obviously, my happiness is that when Liverpool plays very well, they have results to show for. They have title to show for it. They might not win the EPL title season in, season out. Dragging the title with City might not be that productive for Jurgen Klopp, because he ended his tenure in Liverpool with just 1 league title, but he won the Champions League. Prior to Liverpool waiting for 30 years for the EPL title, they won Champions League in those times. They won cup games. They won cup trophies and all that. But you look at another team that claims to be their best season, the best team. This is the best team in a century. I don't want to hear the result being performance. Your performance needs to give you trophies. Because what are you going to tell your children? Are you going to tell your children that a certain Arsenal were winning games, and your child asks you, Ovie or Papa, please, how many trophies did they win? You say they won corner kicks. Please, I don't know how this thing is it's very simple. Liverpool have been very bad this season, and they cannot win the league title, fine and good. They might not win the Champions League. They might go trophyless, but this is the best season for a certain.
Giving strong statements regarding Liverpool's stance this season, and credit to the team which Liverpool actually played against yesterday, Wolverhampton Wanderers. They've gotten points off 3 teams that are currently in the top 5 right now in their last 3 games. They obviously came from 2 goals down to draw with the leaders Arsenal, defeated Aston Villa, and now they've defeated Liverpool. And it seemed like all was lost for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Now they have 16 points. They are but they are 11 points behind Nottingham Forest, who occupy 17th position. And if we look at Wolves' next couple of games, they don't have any team that are currently in the top 10. They are running to the end of the season, except Brentford, which is their last game, which comes up next. They've got Burnley, they've got Fulham, they've got Brighton, they've got Sunderland, they've got Leeds, and Sunderland are 11th, by the way. They've got Leeds, they've got West Ham. So there are actually some games where Wolves can win in their run into the season. And talking about Virgil van Dijk's claim about the league being very difficult, he's not the first person to say it. Pep Guardiola has talked about it, expressing how difficult it is, fine matches in the Premier League. Mikel Arteta has also talked about it, expressing how difficult the Premier League is right now. Let's keep all the talk and the jest of set pieces aside. First of all, there are actively, 7 teams? 8 teams? No, what's 8? 9 teams still playing in Europe from the Premier League in the last 16 of the Champions League, in the last 16 of the Europa League, and in the last 16 of the Conference League. There are 6 teams out of 16 still in the Champions League knockout phase. And you can fancy at least 3 or 2 teams getting to the semi-final. You can even fancy an all-English final. So it tells you to the extent how the league is difficult. And even journalists who are not even affiliated with English football, I'm talking about Guillem Baleg, who is a Spanish journalist, has also talked about the level at which the Premier League has gone up a notch. Now, I'll tell you why. It's not because there is a reliability on set pieces. It's not because there is world-class elite level talent. It's not because you have players like Lamine Yamal who can dribble past 4 or 5 players, or Kylian Mbappe who can dribble past 3 or 4 players. It's because of the influx of revenue in the league, which helps these teams compete. Now, there was a wider gap. I've explained this before. There was a wider gap in revenue which teams were getting, which made a standout top 6, which made a certain amount of teams who could pull clear from the rest of their challengers. That gap is smaller because financially, an Aston Villa team can actually go into the market and lure a player who a Tottenham Hotspur side would want to get. You can see Ange Postecoglou complaining about that. So the gap is actually smaller. Man United want to start competing in the Premier League. Where are they going to buy players? They got Matheus Cunha from Wolves. They got Brian Mbeumo from Brentford. Manchester City want to revive their title challenge. Where did they get players from? They went to Crystal Palace to get Maguire. They went to Bournemouth to get Antoine Semenyo. They're not going to the Bundesliga. They're not going to the French League. The league is actually tough. Now, there are components to the game which you can actually take advantage of. I remind you, Victor said something about the Liverpool team under Jurgen Klopp who won the league with, like, in 28 games, they won 27 games and drew just 1 before COVID hit. That team was the leading team in set plays. And at that point, they were the kings of set pieces, so to say. Now, you forward years later, and it was seen that that part of the game can be an advantage. And you see teams. The set piece Arsenal is crying about, or people are crying about. Who is the set piece coach of Arsenal? Is Nicolas Hove. Where was he working before he came to Arsenal? He was working directly under Pep Guardiola at Man City before he came to Arsenal. You talk about how Pep is a visionary. If you notice, City have changed their game. City are not building up with defenders anymore. If you watch how they played against Leeds, Bernardo Silva and Rodri began their goal kicks. Bernardo Silva and Rodri began their goal kicks, and Diaz and Guehi spread apart to the edge of their defensive half. So the league is tough. It's difficult. The gap between teams is more narrow than before. So you can't come and say at the time when everybody was saying, oh, there's pushing and shoving, the game needs to change, the game needs to be this, the game needs to be that. No. There is a certain level that you have to take advantage of other aspects of the game for you to be able to draw something out. I could give you a clear example. Before, it seemed like now teams are focusing more on drills and physicality rather than technicality. There was a time when people were saying some teams were soft in the Premier League. They were not strong physically, and now it has changed. So basically, the league is difficult. Like Van Dijk said, he's the one playing in it. So for him to say it, I'm just expatiating on why I think it is. So for him to say it, yes, I'm led to believe because I see it that the league is much more tougher than before.
So for you, it's an excuse for Liverpool.
No, it's not an excuse. They spent 450 million in the summer. It's going to be a top 5. It's not even going to be a top 4 because English teams are doing well in Europe. Yeah. So their coefficient is bigger. It's going to be a top 5. How the defending champions and how the biggest spenders in the summer are not there is not an excuse. If they don't get it, Slot faces a risk of his job. I don't know if they keep him, but it's not an excuse. Not in any way for them not to make the top 5. They know this. They know this. It's not because the league is tough. I don't understand. The league is tough. Is there not a team that is top of the table? If the league is tough, there's a team that is top of the table.
Okay, go over to you now. Nelson, let's look at the matches that we've got today before we head over to the phone lines. Brighton take on Arsenal. Arsenal, can they do it away from home?
Yeah, recently Though people will say that it's only set piece they used to win their games, but Arsenal has been decent. Yeah, their defense line have also been decent. Though a little bit shaky for the past 2 or 3 games, but also decent. So I think Brighton can pose a threat, but not that effective because when you look back and you see Man City chasing you, bro, you have to play all man. At all man should be on deck. So I think for me, it's going to be an easy win for Arsenal, but it's shock result can come in. But Arsenal is going to win this a tight win, but it's going to be a win for Arsenal.
What about you?
Obviously, the truth is, when you are going for titles, when you are fighting for title, we expect you to win all games. When it gets to that last sprint, we expect you to win all games. You don't have an excuse to fail to win the games. Talking about what Virgil van Dijk said, we understand that the league is tough. The EPL, you don't need to tell anyone. The fans understand that the league is tough. So if you're not top of the table, it means that you are not doing very well. And for Arsenal's game today, we know that Arsenal and City are in 2-horse race. And we expect Arsenal and City to win the rest of games they have. Except the games, maybe the one they will be coming up against each other. Then we'll see who wants it more. So I expect Arsenal to get a comfortable win today. My only problem is, if come the end of the season, Somto said something, before I go to that one, Somto said something that Liverpool were king of set plays. We are not saying a team has not been conquering set pieces. We are saying, do you have a plan B to win your games? They played against it. Look at a Liverpool side that played against Wolves, and Wolves did beat them. I'm looking at the games, and I'm not seeing any set piece go that Wolves used to beat Liverpool. Liverpool are that open when it comes to the back. You create chances, you get your goals. No, we are not talking about yesterday's game. You made mention of Jurgen Klopp's team relying on set pieces, and I want to tell you that Jurgen Klopp's team did.
I didn't say they are relying. I said there came a time.
Now the difference between Arsenal and Jurgen Klopp's team is the fact that Arsenal relies on set pieces to win games.
No,
without the set pieces, there is no plan B.
All right, so let's head over to the phone lines 0810951091 for the phone lines. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 070193399962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Committee.
Committee, give us your thoughts.
I think CAF does not have any plan B. Morocco is not going to host. Algeria and Stepo. Take my word what I just said today. Morocco are not going to host. Algeria and the let it over. And for Liverpool, I'm waiting for Kalambari so that he can talk, because I'm waiting for him to tell me what happened to Liverpool. Money for life, money will always win. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Committee. 0810951091 for the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 070193399962. Hello, Kabilo Barry. Good afternoon. I'm sure you are not happy for the results yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's in that.
Get with you.
The result yesterday, I don't be happy with that result. Number one, now our coach now they blame. Because I was watching the match last night, I forgot about to watch the match. Because this is our own team when we don't come to Netherlands national team. Between the team, I will carry national team, turn them to Netherlands national team. Even when you're in club in days, the club not turn them to German national team. All the 5 Netherlands players where they play for this house. If for them they change some of them, instead in fact all of them they put for match. Then they say nonsense. I don't blame them, but at next season, at least finish making come back for months. Then for Nigeria, I say make I put my say people I want to end because Busau until Busau me I don't see him for face to face. He go tell me saying right if I give if I name I go believe. But if not that man, then they use all the school for this country. All these our football administrators, they don't know what to do, and they find backyard way to take them that work. You know, go work for them. Now my prayer be that if you don't know pass backyard, go work for people. Go. So I pray make sure I not even do anything about it. I be there say the right and better, but me I not say so identity. So make them there. But our Nigeria football I pray make the ways I be know how to work for. Come run our football one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kablo Barry. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yes, this is Lucky.
Okay, from Abia State.
Yes, give us your thoughts.
Yes, my brother. For the FIFA rule, but we don't wait, and we don't lose weight too. Yes. For me, I don't come on mind the deal.
Okay.
For the Super Falcons, no, Cameroon no go win us 2 times now. We know they sleep. Yes, I trust Super Falcons. Yes, I trust them. My brother, you know that thing that we say, if Arsenal no win this league this season, but for me, I don't come on mind for Premier League. I don't give them Arsenal. If they don't win this league this season, all of Arsenal fans, they will appear in court.
So to
Thank you.
So to Hello, Kale, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, this is
this Tony Oswald.
Tony, give us your thoughts.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I was really impressed with the yesterday outcome, ladies' outcome yesterday. I know I told your colleague, yes, yesterday that look, it's going to be 2-0. And what it is always like 3-1. I know, yes, I know. Actually, they wouldn't go. The Thunder would not strike in a particular spot. I really trust. The ladies, unlike our men, who can disappoint when you least expected them. So, kudos to them, thumb up to them. I think they are testing the 11th title now.
Yeah.
And they are going to get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully, they don't postpone the WAFCON so they can get an 11th one. Hello, Barry. Welcome back.
Sorry, you see this Women's Cup, they don't want to take. Yeah, let's say, Moko don't waiting like they know what for that. Make them talk. If they say make staff allow them to win, make them talk up. If they host competition, then they know win. Does it mean say people not will play ball for their country again? This is what Morocco they do no good. And in fact, this everything that they call it Mote Peru don't they what but this Roman because my own time now then abandon final keep his own thing on that. They want to go postpone this thing because of he won't give everything to Morocco. Him as in South Africa, he know people will be work. He don't people women nation stuff for his country. South Africa no get stadium. Last year no be for Cote d'Ivoire host Nations Cup. They no get pitch where they will use so now. Mosepe no know what to do to run Africa football. Making just to command the because I don't know which Nigeria see they go they affect everything for Africa again. You see they pay me now.
All right, very thank you. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this sounds like the radio governor.
Yeah. Ndabi Kora Baridi, Giadom, the radio governor. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Well, as for can Arsenal handle the pressure away to Brighton, I think if you watch last game they played against Chelsea, you could say that Chelsea dominated Arsenal, both the first half and the second half. I think Arsenal, they started feeling the pressure. So I'm seeing them losing against this Brighton team. Brighton team is not a pushover team, though. Then who needs 3 points more right now between Aston Villa and Chelsea? I think it's Chelsea. Obviously, it's Chelsea. Chelsea, they would beat Aston Villa tonight like a thief. The way I'm seeing it, because Chelsea, they are angry. The players are angry because of what happened last time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's head over to the SMS and WhatsApp portal before we take some calls. This one from the WhatsApp portal says, OVA, good afternoon. Please, can relegation take Tottenham and Wolves for us? That caller say all Arsenal fans go up in court. They should start preparing their legal team then because Man City will settle the league for their next game against Arsenal. And that's from Moji says, the so-called dead on the... Okay, that's not from us. That's not for us. He says, Brighton will win today's game and win well. Nelson, we've gone from the Facebook.
NS no agree. No one.
On Facebook, and someone said, I see Arsenal dropping points today. I see a comfortable win for City. I see Man United flying back to Old Trafford with all 3 points. And I see Aston Villa punishing Chelsea. His name is Devan Bright.
All right. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. You'll be our last caller. Let's do this in 30 seconds.
Yeah, thanks so much. I am calling from Port Harcourt. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can hear you. 30 seconds.
Okay, please, I think, let me just speak on the issue of Liverpool. Well, what happened yesterday happened because of Chelsea. Because if Liverpool couldn't have point, what about Chelsea? So that means we will not go for Champions League now. But In the other way around, I believe that if they can sit up, definitely there is no way they will not qualify. But as for what happened yesterday, that is football. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that, Colin P. And that's how we end things here on today's Sports Live. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning, 6:30 for Sports Attack, where we'll do the breakfast as always when it's talking sports. Movie, what is the sports chef? I did the show with Somto, Isaac, Nelson, Odia, and Victor Israel. We've got Anastasia ready to give you guys the news update at 4. Till then, enjoy the rest of the programming. Bye-bye.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Wetin dey happen lay? They say wahala dey finish. Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot. Now wey we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. You go stay abroad, you dey japa. You say this one, no worry. When time reach, I will say I want to come. Make I see where they go. Homeland is homeland. Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be gate man at that time for airport. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God, Ike Nwachukwu, and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say, woman dey chop our recharge card. Woto woto. I don't tell una say this place na education.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Good evening. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Anastasia Benjamin. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has held a strategic meeting with elders of the African Democratic Congress from the Southeast and other prominent Igbo figures. Details of the meeting shared by the ADC in a statement describe it as a crucial in charting the party strategic direction and potential alliances as the party prepares to navigate the 2027 presidential primaries. The meeting, which took place last night behind closed doors at the Abuja residence of Chikwe Udensi, was attended by high-profile rosters of party and regional leaders. Those in attendance include Senator Augustine Akobundu, Chief Chikwaz Okere, former Minister of State for Education Emeka Nwajubas, Osita Ureche, Professor Onyi Nwabara, Chief Uchenna Okubu, former ADC National Chairman Chief Ralph Ngosu, Uzoma Obonta, Uko Ukole, Etigwe Uwa, Chief Nwadiuku, Chief Maurice Ebo, Senator Frank Ibezim, and Dave Ebo. The timing of the meeting comes as political parties across Nigeria face a 91-day deadline ending May 30th to conduct the finalized primaries for candidates following the release of a revised timetable for the 2027 election by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The national leadership of the Accord Party has announced the commencement of its first digital registration and revalidation of members both within Nigeria and in the diaspora. In a statement issued in Abuja, the national chairman of Accord, Maxwell Ngbodem, said the exercise is in line with the 2026 electoral reform framework, which emphasizes credible internal party processes and the maintenance of an authentic digital membership register. The statement also urged members who registered in the previous party platform to participate in the exercise, stressing that additional information is now required. The move comes amid heightened political activities across party lines ahead of 2027, with many political parties repositioning and strengthening their internal structures to comply with evolving electoral regulation and boost transparency in candidate selection processes. Ngwedem disclosed that the national leadership had already forwarded detailed guidelines to ensure a seamless exercise across the federation, stressing the urgency of timely compliance. The United States Embassy in Nigeria has cancelled all visa appointments scheduled today, citing a high potential for protests in Abuja amid escalating hostilities between the United States and Iran. In a statement posted on its website, the embassy warned of potential demonstration in the Federal Capital Territory and urged American citizens to remain indoors. The warning comes against the backdrop of intensifying global tensions following reports by Iranian state and local media confirming the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, after a strike reportedly carried out the United States and Israel. Earlier in the week, the U.S. Department of the State had already advised American citizens worldwide to exercise increased caution. On a foreign scene, France's Economy and Finance Minister Roland Lescure has disclosed plans by the country to hold a meeting of G7 finance ministers on the Middle East crisis, with central bankers also in attendance. He said spoke with various counterparts, in the particular Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary, where he agreed to hold a meeting which will take place at the beginning of next week. Lescure said that they are also monitoring the conflict and how to market evolve before they meet. France currently holds the rotating presidency of the group of 7 advanced economies, which also include Canada, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom and the United States. The first meeting of finance ministers under the French presidency was held on January 27. Lescure said next week's meeting was expected to be an exchanging of views. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the Intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good evening and welcome to another edition of the Platform on Radio on your premium talk station Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu and I shall give you insight to some of the news reports making the rounds. Now, the Platform on Radio is a program where we come to dissect trending issues with correspondent reports. Our correspondents are out there sourcing reports from the field, and here on the platform, we take their reports and have them give us more details. Perhaps you get to find out or hear what's not entirely in the news.
As for solidarity.
So on the menu, a legal practitioner urges INEC to review 2027 election schedule. Opata Monarch clarifies traditional rulers' involvement in politics. Fuel prices in Port Harcourt stimulate concern among residents and commercial road users.
By 120 million altogether, oh yeah. Altogether. Answer you get now waiting the me.
All right, the first story on the menu, a Port Harcourt-based human rights legal practitioner, Christian Njugum, has advocated for adjustment of the 2027 general election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to also accommodate Saturday worshippers. Njugum's advocacies come in barely a few days after INEC readjusted the 2027 general election timetable following complaints by a Muslim cleric who insisted on religious liberty, especially as it concerns their annual fasting and prayer. Christian Njugum, who is also a constitutional lawyer, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ajoa, said there is also where in Nigerian constitution has amended, where INEC is mandated to restrain movement over human and vehicular movement on election days, and as such, if INEC must insist on carrying out election on Saturday, there should not be restriction of movement for Saturday worshippers, a move which he said will restore their religious liberty. Njugum Walford insisting that fixing election on Saturday and restricting people's movement is not only unconstitutional but also affects the ground law, said that electoral law or proceedings cannot override the Constitution of Nigeria, just as he maintained that the adjustment will ensure justice, fairness and equity in the scheme of things.
It is a good idea and a quick response stemming from the Islamic religion or some religious leader, being the Muslims, who clamored for the issue of readjustment of the timetable because of their freedom of worship based on their religious liberty, and it was granted. It's a fine one. Now, the reason is that it will affect their religious liberty. Over the years, Saturday worshippers have been clamoring and have all been begging, even sometimes file legal action, saying that INEC, there is no place in the Electoral Act that makes it compulsory for people's movement to be restricted on the day of election.
Christian Njigum, while referencing United States of America, who carry out election on working days, noted that Saturday is not one of the working days and that fixing election on non-working days is infringing on people's fundamental rights, hence a need for INEC to readjust their time or days for elections.
In the United States, elections are being held on weekdays. Sometimes elections are being spread, so it mustn't be a particular day. So if citizens should be allowed to exercise their franchise, if citizens' rights should not be infringed upon, people should be given opportunity to move around and not be restricted on the basis of election. The Court of this land has held that restricting of movement is against one's fundamental right to freedom of movement. Not only election to elect this governor, to elect the president, or to elect one's representative, every party that are adults and are eligible ought to be allowed, not to be disenfranchised.
All right, straight to the talking point on this one. How can INEC balance religious freedom with electoral logistics and national security concerns? Okay, so you can go ahead and call me to be a part of the conversation. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Maybe you want to analyze the entire advocacy for this one. Maybe you want to say, well, let's begin to fix it on a weekday, on a work day, because Saturday there are people going to their place of worship. Sunday, you have people going for their place of worship. Well, there is also Friday as well. Okay, so maybe the rest of the days, INEC can begin to look into that. But how about people traveling to? Okay, you may say let them register within their areas so they can easily go to the polling unit and cast their vote. Hello?
Hello, Oputu.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Yeah.
Tony Hoswell.
Good evening. This is Tony Hoswell.
Good evening. Go on. Straight to the point, please. Thank you.
Yes, the legal practitioner is apt.
Okay.
Yes, because what is source for the goose is equally source for the gander. These are two major religion in the country or in the world. What? Let me just restrict to Nigeria. If the Muslims are saying, look, it's going to infringe on their fundamental, right for freedom of religion. The Sabbatarians are equally, or those worshippers are on Saturday right to tell the NEC to adjust their timetable to reflect the religious freedom.
Okay.
So just as it's done, we said how do they do this now? Just as it is done in the United States. They should adopt the weekday, yes, from Monday to Thursday. So so that everybody will be happy. The whole religion will be happy.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony Hoswell. Hello. Good evening.
Sorry. Good evening to you. Faustina Kutu.
Mr. Robin Maja, the farmer. Welcome.
God bless you. The constitutional lawyer has a right to make that case. But if you ask me as a constitutional lawyer, there are areas he ought to make a case and to continue to let us know that the Nigerian Constitution has been infringed every day by political bourgeois. Making the argument on Saturday worshippers. Comparing Nigeria to America, let me ask you, if INEC or the federal government fix the election on a Wednesday or a Thursday, which he said is the working day, supposing it freezes on the right of traditional worshippers that will worship their idol on Thursdays or Wednesdays, what will they do? They will not shout and say, shift it. There are things we should exert our energy, not in things like this. After all, in America, the way they worship God, that's not the way we worship here.
Okay.
Nobody sleeps in a church in America. Nobody says they need church for 5 hours. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Robin. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform on radio.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
Honorable Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
See, if they want to carry everybody along, they should try to accommodate everybody. Like my very self, when I want to travel, I don't just rush to village and rush come back.
Okay.
I allow people want to come and see me because of election. You want me to start running to come because of election.
So how do you think they can accommodate everybody?
See, March, April, or February, March, April, all those times, not to put election on January, February.
So
See,
how about the days?
No, the days, just like a Thursday or Friday. So you can't put election on Saturday or on Sunday.
There are people who go to worship their God on Friday.
On Friday. And let them keep it on Thursday. But you don't expect the majority. Saturday and the Sunday. They expect me when I'm supposed to be giving my God worship and praise. You want me to come because of election.
Okay. So how about those people who are serving their deities?
How many religions are in Nigerian constitution? Is it not Islamic and the Christian religion knowledge and the other things? Which other knowledge?
Dominant. They're the traditionalists. But thank you very much.
Outside Yoruba, Igbo, which other tribe?
We're not talking tribe now, but thank you very much. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, First Nation, Special Douglas.
Go on, Special Douglas.
First Nation, this lawyer that is coming up with this kind of confusing argument at this point in time now, what does he want to achieve? To set confusion. Was he not in this country when they were amending this constitution and electoral act? Why didn't he send his own memoranda then?
Maybe he wasn't.
First Nation, his argument holds no water and it will go nowhere. He just wants to be heard.
Do you think he holds no water or that nothing can be done about it?
That's why I'm talking now. I'm saying what I feel.
There's a difference between someone's argument holding no water.
What I am saying is what I think. His argument holds no water because it does not aim at just to cause rancor. Ordinarily, the issue should have been before now. And moreover, there is no time, no date you will set it that will rhyme. We have over 400 religions or forms of worshiping God in this country, even though they recognize only 2 or so. We have over 400, and we have 365 days in the calendar. So which of the days will fall in within that 400 to accommodate anyone?
Right.
So that argument holds no water. One thing I'm even against is why they choose to always announce the timetable so number of days before election. Why can't we have a stipulated date that we all know that every 4 years, like America has, 20th of November, every 4 years.
Thank you, Special Douglas.
We should have a date stipulated so that when it gets towards that time, we begin to prepare ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody that falls within that time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next story on the menu. The King of Opata Kingdom, His Majesty Felix Otuarekpo, has clarified that traditional rulers are not involved in partisan politics. Speaking amid renewed debate on the role of traditional rulers in active politics, the Nyeudu Pata said no traditional ruler in River State is a card-carrying member of any political party. He, however, noted that as traditional rulers, they can offer advice to any government, stressing that traditional rulers are also experts in different fields. Take a listen.
There is serious misconception about traditional rulers' involvement, so-called involvement in politics. No traditional ruler is involved in partisan politics. I'm not aware of any traditional ruler who is a card-carrying member of any political party. And if we are looking at involvement from the point of the fact that every human being is a political animal, then it behoves to state that every human being living has interest. And the interest dictates the functionality of that individual. And so I will not accept the opinion that traditional rulers are involved in politics. No traditional rulers are involved in partisan politics.
His Majesty Otuaripo emphasized that the chieftaincy law of Rivers State outlines the functions and duties of traditional rulers, but does not stop them from making suggestions to the government or meeting with political office holders to strategically place their kingdom for development. He also noted that the importance of traditional rulers' collaboration with government, which he said could help in community development, eradicating insecurity, boosting the economy, and ensuring that voices of the people at the community levels are heard and their economic and social needs are met through strategic communications with relevant authorities through the traditional rulers.
The chieftaincy law of River State, 2015, number 4 of 2015, is very specific on the functions and duties of traditional rulers. And that has to do largely with advising the governor on the customs and traditions of their chieftaincy communities. And traditional rulers, of course, perform those functions, across the local governments. But what the angle people tend to, misconstrue has to do with the fact that, you see traditional rulers close to government. We don't dabble into policies of the government. We can only suggest to government.
Okay, I think he's been listening to people who've been saying traditional rulers now they are so involved in politics and so they're acting the way they're acting now, or their powers are reduced because of their involvement in politics, their offices, politicians are trying to interfere or are interfering in the affairs of their kingdoms because, they also are involved in politics. I mean, now he's saying that traditional rulers are not involved in partisan politics, card-carrying members of political parties. Well, you may say that there's some sort of collaboration or, there are meetings between political parties or politicians and traditional rulers. But he's saying that they are not involved in partisan politics. That is, they are not card-carrying members of a political party, just like any other person who is not maybe involved actively in politics, but some way, somehow, as a political animal, you are, as a human being, so they are as well. But be involved in politics, partisan politics. Nah, he says no. All right. So how can traditional rulers effectively collaborate with government without being seen as political actors? And do you think there are specific provisions in the chieftaincy law of River State that define the political boundaries for traditional rulers? All right, so your calls, keep them coming to 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. You can send a message to 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform.
Yes, once again, good afternoon. 14 Apuchi.
Welcome, Robin Maja the farmer.
Yes, that's a great one. My king spoke.
Oh, that's your king. Nice.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. And my friend, you say, sometimes I am confused. He even said here, let me start in Nepal. We don't tell elder to pick the sun when elder decides to take a seat in the sun.
Okay.
But however, this discussion is about River State.
Mm-hmm.
But this River State that I know, is it the one we have somebody like His Majesty Sergeant Awuse? Is it the River State? Is he not a member of a political party?
Well,
I'm asking a question.
I don't. I can't be sure about that. Maybe he's, aligning or having conversations with. I don't know if he's a card-carrying member of his political party.
Okay, card-carrying member. When we talk about card-carrying member, which of the politicians in River State that is hanging his card on the neck? Were you not here when you saw people that are PDP members entering to INEC, they came out with APC cards? Are you not here? You are hearing coalition, rainbow, and all that. If only what he said should be in practice, it will be fine. That is how they will earn respect before this political bourgeois. When the traditional institutions can respect themselves and stay and hang within the ambit of that domain, that's when they be respected. But if it is some of them that I know that are running around with these politicians, running around. When I mean running around with them, that makes even the executive don't have respect for most of them in the state here. I have a doubt too.
All right.
But his advice is that to remain within their domain so that they can earn respect.
Okay.
But for some of them, they are politicians. They are carrying.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Austin,
Yes, please.
good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to the platform.
Thank you. My name is Comedy Benedict Baton.
All right, go on.
Yeah. Calling me from Yenegoa.
Okay.
Faustina, I listened to that INEC, and I'm not too much satisfied with his comments. I was expecting him to speak for himself. That yes, he could have said, I'm so. I did not belong to any political party. But from what he said now, he can be charged in court.
He what?
I said, according to the way he put the statement, that the traditional ruler belong to any political party or Kakari member, he could have speak for himself.
But do you know any who is a Kakari member?
No, listen. He should not put the language in that manner. He should speak for himself. He cannot speak for all the traditional rulers in River State.
Okay.
Because I know, even if I will not be able to mention their name on this platform, I know them, which they belong to political parties.
Okay.
In fact, they are even clamoring for heaven to fall so that government will change. The only way I know that they don't interfere with politics is in the West, the Obas. But we here, the Amanamaways, the Beremenes, the how do they call the Karabari yourself? See, my brother, my sister, Amanyanabo, thank you. See, they are all politicians. And the system has made them to be so.
All right, thank you very much.
Right from when Odiri was in office, when traditional law enter government house, their boots they come down.
All right, thank you. That's your time. Yeah, okay, I'm not. Thank you very much. Well, you just said they are all politicians, but you're faulting his general statement. Well, thank you very much. I've got a commercial coming up shortly, so I'll go on that commercial, come back and take some more calls, move on to the next story, put all stories together, and take some more calls as well. Stick around.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
Waiting they create, party for mouth. Waiting they cost, they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. She does. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil,
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Don't let anything stop you from being active. But when a severe headache strikes, I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. Safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
All stands, greet. Good morning, sir.
Voice of the people. Before we went on the break, we were on the second story on the menu. The King of Upata Kingdom, His Majesty Felix Uktuarpo, has clarified that traditional rulers are not involved in partisan politics, speaking amid renewed debate on the role of traditional rulers in active politics. The Yodu Pata said no traditional ruler in River State is a card-carrying member of any political party. Okay, so that is the story. And we did ask the question, how can traditional rulers effectively collaborate with governments without being seen as political actors? Maybe this is how people see them, based on what they perceive from afar. Well, some of you may know a traditional ruler who is a card-carrying member, but he's saying there's none. Regardless of how you see from afar, they're not card-carrying members. All right, 0810-9510-951.
Don't see our kings coming outside. Who are you?
So if they go to government house, does it mean they're politicians?
What does the traditional ruler have to do with going to government house to do instead of the governor to go and see him? I see Ikenwosu and Atonzeri them. I see them in my own compound during those days. Even either Sagari them, they my uncle. You don't see my uncle anyhow now coming out to do what now? Okay. This one is just like the one FPT minister told us. See, this one where we they wear pants. You be king. Up are you? Those ones na king. Who are you to talk to our traditional rulers like that?
Thank you.
Many of them are politicians. Leave them.
Okay.
Only him is not among many of them.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chris. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to the next story on the menu. Fuel prices in Port Harcourt have entered a period of sharp volatility, sparking widespread concern among residents and commercial transporters as pump rates fluctuate daily across the city. Today FM's Deborah Adamu, who monitored some filling stations in parts of Port Harcourt, spoke to commercial drivers who expressed frustration over the inconsistent pricing. They explained that they purchased fuel in the early hours of today at a lower rate, but returned by noon to discover that the price had increased. A commercial road user said the hike followed reports that the Dangote refinery had adjusted its depot price, but noted that some filling stations were selling old stock at increased price. He further lamented that while marketers are quick to raise prices when there is an increase, they are often reluctant to reduce pump prices when costs drop. Take a listen.
On the fuel price. But as I came out this morning buy fuel, I didn't look at the meter either, because it's normal. Either it's 840 or 850. So I just bought 5,000. And I returned back this afternoon. I saw that it was 950. I asked the attendant, I said, what's going on? So they have increased fuel. I said, how? So how much did you people say in the morning? They said yes, they sold the 900. That's when I knew that they have increased the fuel price. So that's how we saw it. The only thing I heard that say Dangote increased fuel. So them too also.
Meanwhile, a resident argued that the current price is not significantly different from what it was last week, but called on government to strengthen regulatory measures, support modular refineries, and implement policies that would ensure stable and affordable fuel prices for citizens.
I bought it around 850. It has been varying from 835 to that 850. It has not been stable, but it has always been within that range for a period of time now. Everybody wishes that the price is reduced because it's making us to spend more money. For me particularly, on a daily basis, I spend up to a minimum of 10,000 naira on a daily basis on petrol. The only thing I would say is let them assist with the regulation and support the modular refinery that we already have, which is owned by a private individual. They should support that person.
Okay, so the recent price hike of petrol, some have said it's as a result of the increment of the ex-depot price at Dangote refinery. And I also have seen people who, have conversations around linking this to what's happening in the Middle East and all of those. But in all of these, some citizens would want that government should step in and one way or the other, some way, somehow, begin to do some things that would stabilize fuel prices. I mean, you listen to some of the ways that can happen, supporting modular refineries and all of those things. But then again, do you think that government is doing enough to make sure that it stabilizes fuel prices so it doesn't fluctuate? So we don't have citizens complaining before you know it. It's another thing on the street. And you know the price of fuel affects everything. I dare say everything. Before you know, the woman who's selling Gary is telling you, oh, Gary, the price of Gary has increased. Madam, why now? Fuel price don't cost. Okay, fuel price. And you can't argue like that because she has to transport the Gary from where she bought it to the market, right? So, and then she has to factor that into the pricing as well. So the ripple effect is enormous. Do you think the government is doing enough in this regard in trying to stabilize fuel prices? All right, 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Call that number or you send a message to 0701-933-9962. Call in straight to the point and we move on to the next person. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you, Faustina Puto, once again.
Once again, welcome.
Asking a question whether the government is doing anything possible to streamline or the petrol.
They're doing enough.
Faustina, when last have you heard from Minister of Petroleum? When last? Have you had one statement from Minister of Petroleum of Nigeria?
In this regard.
Anything had to do with gas, increment of gas we use at home, or anything had to do with energy as regards power. When last did you hear from them? We are on our own. Even when the fuel is increased, we will buy. The concern of the election had to hold sway, had to be in charge. 227, 220, that's what they talk about. They don't tell us anything. The policy of this government as regards electrification of rural area, how people can seamlessly travel. They say they brought what do they call it? The compressed natural gas vehicle. Fortuna, tell me where you see them in the streets of Port Harcourt. We'll not be using petrol. Tell me where those buses, electric, where are they?
CNG buses.
They don't care about us.
All right, Mr. Robin, thank you.
They don't care about me and you, Fortuna, I tell you the truth.
Thank you.
God bless you and bless Today FM.
God bless you. Reminds me of Michael Jackson's song. Hello.
Yeah, Fortuna.
Honorable Chris Christian's song. Hello.
Yeah, Fortuna.
Honorable Chris Chris.
Yeah. You went, I've given up on Nigeria.
You have?
Yes, I have not. I don't check any price of things. No, I bought fuel as I was just coming now.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're giving up on Nigeria because you're very vocal about the issues. You call in and talk about the issues.
Every time I wake up, I just pray, say, God, let there be money on my pocket. Okay. I don't even bother to pay it within the price of fuel. I am telling you, I bought fuel this morning. I didn't even check. I didn't even know how much. Just I knew. Put one of 3,000 or 4,000, 5,000 for me. I don't care to know how much. Even if the tank is not filled up, it's not my business because I know the leaders I am seeing now. These people, I play to Nigeria as their country. Those ones there, they are not for you.
All right, thank you.
So anything you know that you do it to just to solve. If you are waiting for them to give you dividends of democracy, nothing.
No. Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
You're welcome, Chris.
Yes. Faustina,
yes, please.
Government, I don't have any belief that they can do anything to reduce the price. It's just like the previous callers have told you. Rather, it's this same Dangote that even helped this country to bring down the price of fuel. If you have left the Minister of Petroleum, who probably would have still been buying petrol by now, almost 2,000 naira. So
the refinery will start working today. Next tomorrow. I laugh. And he came to my brother begin to laugh. He said, why they laugh? I said, well, why they laugh? I said the refinery was, they didn't talk there. You hear the front go, I hear the front go. I beg General go. See, let me tell you the truth. Some people say you're emotional. Nigerians are emotional. Nigerians are telling you their problem. They're angry. Emotional. Nigerians are telling you their problem. They're angry. Who's emotional? Who's emotional are you talking about? People are dying, hungry, no food, no. When people speak this fact, it's fact. It's not being biased. For sinner, there is no hope for now. Depending on when Jehovah will come down, if Jehovah will come down.
Okay.
Except we fight for ourselves. Fight for yourself. 2027, vote. This year, nothing will happen.
Okay.
Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Wellington, thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Faustina, good evening.
Hey, you're welcome.
AB for Tarkot.
Welcome, AB.
Faustina, if Nigerians were actually serious, by now we should have stoned these people out of office.
Should have what?
Stone them out of office now.
Stone.
It can be pure water, it can be anything. It can be by protest, it can be by occupying the government house.
Stone is not peaceful now.
You know what I mean? See, this government actually have deceived us when it comes to issue of this petrol. You remember last time they said the refinery of LMA is working. It's dispatching fuel here and there. I was one of them that told them that those fuel was brought by batch. And when they dispatch it, events now happen. Have you heard anything about fuel in the LMA refinery or whatever? Production is going on, or have you heard? They have deceived us a lot. And Nigerians are like maintaining the orderliness, let it be like 4 years, let them do whatever they want to do. If it's where people are really serious about their leaders, by now, we would have chased them out.
All right, thank you.
That's just the truth.
Thank you,
because
Eddie.
there's no hope.
Okay.
When it comes to government and Nigeria as a country. I'm telling you, forget what they're preaching.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, so let me put all three stories together so you can react to all, one or two. Legal practitioner urges INEC to review 2027 election schedule. Well, it's saying consider people who worship on Saturdays as well. Obada Monarch clarifies traditional rulers' involvement in politics. Fuel prices in Port Harcourt stimulate concern among residents and commercial road users. Okay, so these are the stories. So you can go ahead, dial in, send your messages in, and let me hear what you think. Okay, 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Now,
yes, please, Wellington.
INEC should consider 2024 election date. For saying I will teach Rivers people and Nigerians what to call option politics. What they are trying to do is to deprive persons not to vote. For saying at that date, most of the Easterners will still be in the East. Those who have had their voters card in the Northwest will also be in Port Harcourt and Rivers State. So who come back from their village. So they will deprive people. So the region will be open. They should shift it to February ending. You will see much vote. Top 50 people are still in their village.
Okay, so how about the day?
The date is not necessary. What you're talking about the day, Saturday is normal. But that 15...
But that's what he's saying now, that you should consider people who worship on Saturdays as well.
We not worshiping with them on Saturday. We are talking about our life here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Life, yeah.
Okay. All right. Keep your calls coming in, messages coming in as well. As I take the calls, I would read the messages along. Hello.
Faustina.
Yeah. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Matthew calling from Wimpy.
Welcome, Matthew from Wimpy.
Faustina, honestly, it's just like the Bible said, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, the body is weak. The truth is that sometimes I look and I ask myself, the resources God gave this country called Nigeria, is it a blessing or a curse? Now, to me, I feel it's a cost because it ought to benefit the people, but yet the masses are suffering. Now, I said sometimes, God, take this thing. If this thing will be a pain to the masses, take this so that the leaders will know, because I don't know how many of
Are
them
you reacting to the...
Because of what?
Okay.
Because of what? Because why should the war at Afghanistan or Iraq affect Nigeria? Assuming this thing, we don't have this crude oil, these resources, means we would have been biting our lips.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So how about the price increase at the depot, Dangote? Yeah, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Let there be equity and the fairness. I will not be happy that maybe many people are being disenfranchised, like a worship on Saturday.
Okay, government offering. All right, thank you very much. All right, this message here says, diplomatic force. I'm surprised that well-informed monarch would make that claim. It's not true, sir. With due respect, I had wished he speaks for himself. This is from Kano. Well, if he says so, I mean, he's coming from a point. But if you think otherwise, you're coming from a point as well. Maybe you know a tradition. If you think otherwise, you're coming from a point as well. Maybe you know a traditional ruler or traditional rulers that are card-carrying members of a political party. Oh, that's a letter. The word core. Core politicians, more partisan than the card-carrying members. On the fuel price, we are used to it. Even when there is no war, fuel is still costly. Nobody would blame Iran, Iraq, Mr. Lucky. So how about the price increase at Dangote refinery? You're not referencing that. That one no follow. Okay, so let's look at some WhatsApp messages so we carry everybody along. Thanks, Mr. B in PH. I see that. Thank you very much. I'll do something about that. Hi, Fosina. All traditional rulers in River State are all politicians because the day they allow politicians to appoint them as traditional rulers instead of the gods of the land and the wishes of the people is the day they become politicians. All of them, Mr. Eric. You say all of them, card-carrying members. All right, let's take a listen to this.
Good evening, Faustina. To be honest with you, this incompetent.
Years is still open for South because of the current president and the zone where they from, you know. And so not go fit to talk. He say, I don't know. You know, go look nice if he still put to head. What do you think?
In fact, what do you talk now? That the pure truth. Because according to the news, the talk say even Obi be no agree attend that meeting.
Obi no there for the meeting.
Meeting. That one now is a great indication that thing, they acceptable at all with Obi.
So as Obi no there that meeting, you think he said this one maybe we the information we know. You know whether they push for South or maybe they try to encourage them. Make it support.
That thing they always talk about politicians. In fact, a lot of them, they're very, very selfish.
Very selfish.
Because if you're not selfish, you're supposed to work for the interest of the general party, not yourself now.
People with their selfish.
Exactly. So, see, politics is like mathematics. You pros, minus. You now know the result. But now, Atiku is trying to be selfish. Because if you look at it, you go know whether this thing go favor, if you want to take it or not, whether it go favor your party or not. Is irrespective of yourself. You look at the general, you understand, the people, what the people want, not what yourself. Forget that you have interest. But your interest is it for the general public? So these are the things. Because for for Obi not to be there, that means something is fishy.
No, they look at like that. That's what they say. Because now Southeast meeting of ADC.
Exactly. So someone that go
they say ADC leaders. Obi not go fit be leader for ADC.
You understand?
He's supposed to be leader.
And
for
Obi
ADC.
too no go fit dead here without him say, do you want to become president?
Yes.
He no go there say no want to become president. So you see the conflict done there already. Conflict of interest. And that is no good for party. Party, so as a party, they're supposed to work with one voice.
Yes, get understanding.
So that the momentum go carry when you strike the other party, you go.
Yes,
they go fear them.
Yes, collect. Oh well, and you buy how na take you see that one. This one will be no follow for that meeting where Atiku go hold it. Take you say this one will show any sign. Say Atiku, he won't push for his own the primaries and make them look for inside. Or we think say in the talk or maybe the meeting now make them make a because they said the meeting they hold am for closed door. That means we don't know the full details of the full meeting. But for now, we could just take it like that to say, what thing you think? You think that meeting where they do for closed door? If he means say, I think one pushing head, they put inside the ADC, or they come talk to Obi people to see whether Obi go fit, you know. All right, I'm going to leave it like that because since we never figure the full details of what make them sit down with Atiku, we go still they take them like say now. Under probability. Oh, what okay? You know your own. It's your own.
Probability.
Thank you very much. Learn us English about your own. I don't know the kind of
English. English.
My own. You be like my English. Better pass your own.
You cannot.
Because I can speak that. Here in Asuna, is it English?
Now, baby, they try to correct you because you did not speak it well.
Pronounce it again.
Is that you jump probability?
I know some probability.
It's called probability.
You know, Ghana. Me, I don't talk like that. Me, I don't talk like that.
That is in probability.
You put in proba. Me, I don't put in proba. Me, I said that
it's called probability.
Thank you very much. Now, what do me I talk? He's talking me my talk.
Probability.
It's a probability. I'm going to make a shift to come up from there. Can I go to another one here? Well, this one will make we go get the video. Don't finally come network. Don't release in leg.
Show them. We get prepared. We are aware that they might for me. Bring it. Show them. My tear gas mask is here. We get prepared. We are aware that they might tear gas us. And so we bought tear gas mask.
Yes,
we have Vaseline. Since Nigeria has decided not to work, we have decided to make it work.
Yes.
This is just to show you we are prepared.
100%.
Our reason here is simple. Umahi, what's your problem? What do you have against Nigerian women? Why are you always wanting to frustrate them? Why are you causing families pain? So that woman came and said you've been owing her for 12 years.
12 years.
How do you owe somebody for 12 years?
Now your wife go like
her. One man they suffer.
Hey.
One man go work finish for big man.
Big man no go pay.
It needs to end in Nigeria. Now that woman came from abroad. Mobilize people in the diaspora to come and invest back in Nigeria. These people, Bob, you should allow me now. These people bought hundreds of hectares of land and you took it away. Umahi, this woman has been begging you for compensation. Every day crying. In fact, when they were demolishing one of her properties, her own blood that fell and was holding his sister from not collapsing. Do you know that man eventually died and his heart failed him? His heart could not take the pain of what his sister was going through. And we are here standing in front of the Federal Ministry of Works to say, Umahi, you are not the only minister Tinubu has appointed.
Yes.
We are not scared. Maybe you are wondering why we are here. We are here to show Umahi we are not scared of you. And you are not beyond accountability.
Yes.
You must be accountable. We have brought women to show you that no woman,
no nation.
No woman,
no nation.
Umahi, what is your problem with Nigerian women? Nigerian police, we are ready.
Well, that one on the voice of Mama P will be strong activist for Abuja there where they push government when they do well. Well, protesters they don't go gather this morning for the office of the minister, Minister David Umahi, front for an office there. Then carry the one who shocked Nigeria's past. Said then carry tear gas mask. Mask. That's the way they go wear for nose, wear for face.
Exactly.
If they blow tear gas, you know go enter their eye. All of them carry a man. I know say even police will even want to throw the thing, so no get the thing.
Even when you want through, when you don't see person don't wear preventive measure. You go no have fun now.
You go fit throw me.
Their mind go tell you whether to throw or not.
Because even you will want throw the tear gas, you not get the thing will cover you for the tear gas.
Okay now.
And person will come out for protest, he carry the tear gas something cover for his nose. You say, "What tear gas me? We want to do protest today."
Chai.
Now these people they come
Now the new level.
Now the new pattern. The new level. Now this kind of pattern. So the protesters come out with their tear gas mask. They call for the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, professor in practice. Say make him pay back the woman where in the no forget to say this case don't drag well go reach police where we don't talk before say he not supposed go reach police but before we know the woman they don't drag and go put them inside the detention. That detention where she did there court don't even give am bail. They say make them grant am bail. She still there for inside detention. So now we think come out to shout to say you the one you still use police. Police say you invite the woman will go on a lock am. And they use of power to do something for just minor something where you go fit because of this woman matter now. Plenty people don't they come out to say Umahi they owe them. In fact, you get one video where I don't watch this morning where they play because then my page you see that man. He said Umahi classmate, he work for Umahi. Allegedly, so Umahi they owe him.
You see?
Another man don't tell me this one, another person who I know privately chat me say, see, he don't work for Umahi and that's so.
Can you imagine?
Even if you look at the woman where Umahi don't say, he don't know the woman where they accuse him, so Umahi they owe about 24 million where intake do campaign gift for my campaign at that time. So Umahi no pay him the money. You know that of happiness, you don't rush, you go do the thing. So Umahi no pay him. Well, the woman come provoke, come out. 12 years. Umahi say no, the woman never see him before. Now the woman don't come put to picture of even other politicians which she don't do work with.
That kind of thing for
even Umahi own all the things where she do for Umahi that time, she I don't know how she they take to go gather the pictures them. She don't show picture. Even where she and Umahi check a great hand. And you can't say no. So what do you not think? It is this protest where these ladies and Nigerian citizens come out of Abuja today. It go make at least make them release the woman. Let them release the woman. They hear say the children are they small. They carry her go lock because you invite her, she go. Out of say she's talking, say they owe me. If I say they owe me, not be to call your lawyer, I'm going to go court to go talk. Simple. Police and
simple.
Well, my brother, what do you take?
Well, you know, say they be interviewing mine. When they interview, I mean to say he never really meets the woman. In contrast, say say even they do something, if Natasha even talk.
I don't call Natasha, make him find carry her to court for that comment. Na person wife, they say if na him they pursue, if na him they pursue.
Can you imagine?
Person wife.
Can you imagine?
He say na my wife.
The level of insanity.
They say why you not talk that thing for my wife? We find like this. If I talk
the level of insanity.
Can I go do whether I go just keep quiet?
So is if Natasha way. They pursue people for say okay.
See first go they bold.
Go they bold. Say at least in the pursue person. No be person where we say nobody just know. But you they thought say nobody know, you know even you like you never really get in contact with her. But we don't see pictures of you and she. And I don't run 1 or 2 packages. Say you don't see based on the business level. It's very simple. If you they owe her, pay and it can't look like say a lot of 1 or 2 persons don't come and they contact say they like say it's a bit old. A home minister, he will classify himself like a noble minister, because they look like saying the O. But I feel say now the government will really be quiet because nothing much. Not just the protest.
If you say this protest go fit push, make they release this woman.
Yeah, they're supposed to release her because they already say made Police court don't say made a release.
They don't grant her bail. Now just to sign document, make she come out. Now waiting delay. The person was supposed to sign and no agree sign.
No agree sign.
Make she come out for detention.
In fact, when I see this kind of things inside my body, my blood they hot.
No make hot.
I'm telling you, because in the reasons now we be these people employers. Now we be their employers. Then they were employees.
Oh, yeah, collect.
Is it true now? They are working for us.
Yeah, collect.
How can you begin to just pay somebody they work for you, go they punish them? Because this is punishment. You see, until we begin to realize ourselves, and I don't they happy now because Nigerians don't they realize themselves. Saying that these people they be our suffering. They be our suffering.
Yeah, collect.
So and I believe that this movement now, okay, how many in there for this country? Nigerians, we have 270 million Nigerians, and they don't even reach. They
don't reach 10,000.
They don't reach 10,000. If you bought out, then bought out. Who go conquer?
We will finish.
I'm telling you, but until we wake up from our slumber, Nigerians should wake up from their slumber because we sleep. Until we wake up. This people they go see they keep on carrying us, they pray.
Please wake up from your slumber. Make everybody wake up because the time don't reach for you to wake up. Well, thereby you go just make you just when we open phone down and tell us what to think about that one and the protest women. It is this protest go fit to push because the government know they like protest. Whether they go still hold this protest down so that they feel release this woman because court already don't give them bail. Well, make we jump look inside another story here. This one of the very important thing that make he play the voice of the young man. This one on Okada man we escape death for Eleme side. Make we hear how he tell us how he escape the matter. I know if you watch the video because I know if you look him. It's okay. You get that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What will be your name?
Enyeka.
Speak out.
Enyeka. Yes.
Where are you from?
Akwa Ibom.
From Akwa Ibom. What thing happened to you like this?
On Sunday, we carry by. On Sunday, we carry by. So from that press center.
For who side?
Junction, for Foncha.
Agboncha Center.
Yes. So carry 2 boys go. They say before filling station.
Before filling station for that farm road.
For that farm road.
You sabi those boys?
I know sabi them. So as I go, they just tell me to stop. I stop. So when I stop, they say I turn back, carry them go back. As I turn back, go back. I don't know say they carry hammer.
Carry hammer?
Yes. I they carry hammer. As I turn back down, they say I don't even see hammer. So turn back to get straight. I hear wah to my head. So they carry my yoke me home. This place easy.
For all your head like this.
For my head.
That's on Sunday.
I know if you watch the video.
Those boys, you never see them before.
I know if you watch this video. One day you need to see this man injury. That they won't kill the man for Okada. Okada will not go reach 1 million naira. Or can no go fit sell at 500,000 self. Oh yeah, kichi boom mad. Look when he hack one nama. They carry him hammer. Oh, knock this man head. He scatter up with hammer. Chine. Whoa. For a bunch here for element. How Okada people go take this safe? Now the question I want to ask now. When we open for land and tell us, we don't think about this kind of thing. It they happen since no be this one not the one who don't enter me. Make we hear them. Within government and within Okada man go. How Okada man fit take protect himself to know say he don't carry bad person. Okay, make we enter small break. When we come back, when I put on a voice inside that one, I know there.
Don't let anything stop you from being active. But when a severe headache strikes, I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. Safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day.
If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
All right, Nigerians and country people, thank you very much as you still on there to listen to Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. If you just join us this program now, waiting to happen, I person the hear voice here. My name is Namaze Ike God Ike Machuka. They here with MC Kuro and Evangelist Opotite. Okay, what you take about this one? Okada man, they rob him. They almost killed the man. Na Good Samaritan. We see the man for ground with blood full in body. They rush and go reach hospital where they go. See in head, you know if you looking, you know where they carry hammer, hit person. Chai Chineke.
Like I don't even know what I want to talk because security now one of the major issues where they get for this country. It can't look like say the security of people where they work, where they try hustle. This is not just people where they try small scale business where they try grow. And how much in they even make where the boys then they won't go collecting Okada. So I don't just know the way this young boys
identify or get how they fit take.
I feel like
to protect themselves.
They get union, but I don't know how strong that union be. No, so there was a time where Okada people were saying them get issue for a gruta. Remember I said that Okada they say about killing or something. I don't know how that they fish out those particular people who do that one. You get so, but the thing where they be say security now something really important. But me I don't even know because you now Okada man, you go just doing thing. I seen doing thing before I see. People just their mind don't come out. After now, we'll stop to talk about that.
Chai. Mazi, make I tell you the bitter truth. As it stands now, say in this country now, everybody now young. You on your own. Now you be your security. Now you be your protector. Now you be your everything to yourself. If you look for anybody to come help you protect your life and your property, if you are on your own. So the only advice I could advise those na keke abi Okada, sorry, Okada.
Even
for the same thing. The only advice is that use your tongue.
Count your search the person before you enter.
You don't need to search now. Use your
hands up.
You understand? You know you cannot do that.
No, it's okay.
So, but you get to use your sense. Be wise. Use wisdom. You must not carry two people for your car. Your life is more important than that money. Yes, so as it don't happen like this now. So all of them get to be wise.
Yes.
When you see a bad person, if you very very smart, you go know about
notice them.
You go the way in dress. Most of these young boys, all these young boys, where them be wrong. If my husband say, if you where them be wrong, if
hell.
You say, who goes, and everywhere.
Who
goes now? Yes, now who goes?
That's the word called system.
Who goes now?
This boss
yes, now who goes you? Who goes you? Yes, now
it means who are you?
Who goes you now?
Who goes you?
Yeah,
who goes you? I can't man about who goes. Everybody just now goes to corner. Who goes you?
So all the Okada people there for them made them there with very very wise.
Not be only
everywhere just they wise. Yes, now be very pay attention to anybody we want to carry. You understand me? You get the way you go look the person. In your turn, so okay, don't go carry you. Yeah, you know go carry. You know go use force crime your car. That is waiting. I go get to tell them to be careful.
Well, our bonga story for today, and our final story for today. One young lady for Delta State, they don't arrest them after her husband died. How the husband take it? The new husband where she just married. She said she tried to protect him from. Tried to play that video. Network no agree us plan. She said she tried to protect the husband from side chick. Because of the side chick where she tried to protect the husband, she don't go meet a prophetess. Prophetess be able to carry water where she don't know where she carry her from. Give her sengwa, take this water, go use cuckoo for your husband. Then they come out your armpit here and your forehead here, put inside the food, so that only you, the husband, if he look you go to love only you. Now she don't go do him. And she do him the food where she husband, she carry and give the husband pick chop and finish. Work mad, realize don't they sick since sick before you know the man can't die. The family don't pursue her, they won't banish her from the community after she don't find out because say for this our south side, if a young man die like that, especially with a husband, community they always say one put eye for the wife.
Exactly.
Now what did they do before she come confess wetin happen? Say she no know whether na wetin lead to the die of the man. Say she won't protect her relationship from side cheek.
So now what you want look? Whether na desperation.
Love portion.
Na love portion. Love, no be don't take away love portion. They shall.
You know, say be like she don't be side cheek.
So she be don't know wetin she be they do people husband.
They no do am.
They no do am.
She just marry her tear rubber. Make she protect am well.
Now the man don't die.
And a lot of men don't they die like this.
How would you know now?
I'm telling you.
You know, say na wetin your wife don't go.
I'm telling you.
All in the course of say one hold and one tie and down.
They don't know say no be the right way to even hold man down. There are things you go rule like this. That is when my sisters from Kwaibom, they go say they use gumnomi. Not your character. I'm telling you. That is the reason why when they come across my sisters, men they meru.
But you know the man, no matter how he see, no matter how he do some men, they go still work out.
No, we know now. We know.
Man will get discipline.
Exactly.
And the ones who get discipline not really plenty too.
Like us, we not.
Mas, they make I even surprise you now. You see, most of these women, they get bad character. They won't make their husband come in with only you with bad character. And you know, the men naturally they don't like this.
They don't like problem.
They don't like guara because they can't guara will carry for head. Even they don't too much. They look for peace.
Every man need to think.
You understand me?
But some people say men are polygamous in nature.
Men are polygamous. No, they carry that mindset. See, listen. If you get that mindset, if you get that mindset, this girl will go cook food for you.
I'm telling you.
Because you know they give that kind of thing. Because that kind of thing, then they make this girl.
What do they talk? What do they talk now? Is Mercy. Okay, we even accept that with their polygamous in nature. Even if your husband is polygamous, what you they try to joke now is that he gets some kind things where you go to root to your husband. The guy rough you go to show him, you go to pet him, you go to give him some kind.
He no go look outside at all.
He go forget outside.
I tell you.
In fact, anytime when they outside, you go be like say in the waste time for outside. You go rush come in house. There is a way you go to treat them for inside house. Anyway, in the go to say if he come back house, he come to head fire.
If you see one waste, just waste pass in front. He go say no, he get to go for house.
I am telling you, you understand me. So it's not be to go carry wrong portion go you. Then with the you get bad character. You know go work now, you go kill the man.
All right, I'm going to buy you time. Don't reach me. Carry give una make una follow put una voice inside the to them. I don't bring plenty to the con give una don't hear this last one where woman don't kill her husband with love portion because he won't protect his husband from side cheek. One Okada man for Element Junction don't talk how he take escape death. After 2 boys, he just rob him, carry hammer, scatter his head just to collect the Okada where they don't go sell up to 500,000. Protesters don't carry their protest. Go reach David Umahi office, go block them there. Carry tear gas net, mask, cover their nose. Say police, we ready. They must release that woman. Well, Umahi allegedly they owe. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, he don't hold meeting with Southeast people who Obi no follow. Can they ask, what do you think about ADC with their plan and their presidential ticket with on the reach? All right, before we go carry the matter, give una make una follow, put una voice to make we hear from this one of that music will be one give una before. Hello, Abaja. go fit give me that meaning. Ask Igbo man where they near you. Ngwan, make we go phone line and check who want talk to us. Your name and where they call us from. For all the story that would answer I give you. You want to put voice for my question where I ask you. Onye Biarije. Or na 08109510951. Now wow. SMS phone line be that way go use call us. SMS the last woman will call us here they take our recharge. The number remains 0701 9339 962. Make I just break the news to tell you say Phoebe say now the last time where you go hear my voice for this program be this, and after now maybe na business if you dey hear me they talk here. Make we go phone line and check who want talk to us. Hello.
Good evening.
Sir, your name and where they call us from?
MC Kuro, the king of jollof rice, and him brother, where they are, they speak from Akwa Ibom, from my place. My name is Nroke. Evening. Mazi, this news where you break knife or no break am now, you don't make my body weak. Wait now, I want to talk, I know if you talk.
Hey,
why you not tell us this kind of thing now?
Sorry, sir.
You don't tell us this kind of thing now. You allow others make them tell us. Which kind of news with this one now? I know if you talk with now, I want to talk again. Mazi, you see that meeting where Atiku go hold with Igbo people? Atiku supposed to wait for after 2027. Work with Obi now to challenge Tinubu so that they can get something. Then Obi will now work with him after 2027. That is what it's supposed to be. This is when they run up and down like a blockhouse. So I don't know where they go. So the truth about the matter is that Mazi, I don't know this one where they talk safe cry don't come up from my eye.
Sorry,
so
sir.
I know we are from you again. No
Sorry,
problem.
sir.
Okay, where they go now? I don't understand. No.
Sorry, sir. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Yes, so Mazi, God. MC Kuro. Yes. Good evening. Open seat. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. This evening.
Yes, Mazi.
And
I think they see how. I'm sorry. Mazi.
I'm a carry on. Sorry.
Now where people they do protest, and these our politicians, they know they respect for people. The old person tell you say he go arrest them. They ask him for the first time, he say no be you go arrest them. Who send them? They tell me say make I call them allegedly. You see this English way people bring. This English will destroy something. Now they don't do protest for Abuja. They say they wear mask. Every time when they protest, police go come out on the tear gas person. I think now this protest now go show say this something where these people they do is no good. And now they don't tear gas everybody where they see for Abuja. Then go anyway. Make I leave that one. The person where they don't carry this is breaking head. Now these people. Let them go for Abuja now. These politicians, let them go there and go they thief them now. Because all these people where they suffer, how much where they go sell by, how much where they go collect. They carry this. Now the man said, he said, they break person head.
Now God is saving. Thank you very much, Messi. Thank you very much. Hello.
And I don't reach my double.
I know about with your side. Radio governor. You reach your side, the Diakwa.
He reach not small thing, no. Better breeze, now follow up.
Child.
Not be thing,
Carry on, the governor.
My name, Nabari de Giadom, the radio governor, they come from Port Harcourt. Well, my react to the one with Peter be the absent for the ADC, is it Congress we didn't do? I think maybe not say this is their ADC party.
No, not the Congress. So they do meeting. Atiku sit down with them, do meeting with the Southeast leaders and the Ogbonge people for Southeast. But the people be no follow now. Why would they ask?
Maybe not say this is their ADC. You know, go see the light of the day at the end of the day. So nowhere then they go. Then as for the protests where they happen for Abuja, where you talk say the protest will help free the woman where still there detention. For this country, I don't believe the protest don't ever solve any issue before. So far I'm concerned, nothing will happen. That protest, I would classify them as just papangolo. Nothing will happen at the end of the day. We don't protest upon protest for this country. At the end of the day, nothing solved. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Radio Governor. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Yes, Mazi and Uncle.
MC Kuran and Punti today here.
I greet on her.
We greet you,
I greet you.
I want to talk about this article matter. Me, I be PDP carry member over the years. Article, the desperation where people get, I don't understand why him, at every point where Southerners they on seat, now you want to run against the president. What happened to PDP as a result of Article's desperation and Tamboa? Yes, we can play a role where understand the way things happen, what they do. But now he start this thing. Maybe that time they talk, say, I think we talk for one section, say, if the PDP zone is defeated to Southeast, then go leave him for Peter Obi. Now, Peter Obi and him there for the same party. Why not leave him for us? It's very funny. How can it be that at every point in time, why not respect the tradition and allow Peter Obi complete the 4 years and hand it over to the North? Why would you want to do what you're doing? You will recognize this party. I can't be invited. It's terrible of article.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. Your name and where they call us from?
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Your name and where they call us.
We're talking now. My story down there. Well, I don't know where I got a lie of voice. So, as it happened like this, I beg maybe they remember us for prayer. So, what did I get to talk now? The Okada man. So, before the entire person, when they take the area where the person that call for them, there are people they live there. So, if where people know they live, maybe not carry anybody go there. That's one of the ways they will escape bad boys. So, that is my own advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Hello, your name and where they call us from?
Mazi.
And
good evening, happy new month.
Good evening.
Same to you.
Thank you, Evangelist Open Seas. Welcome.
Thank you, sweet voice. How are you?
I'm fine, Mother dear.
Oh, you're good, Mother. You're good, Unica.
Mazi.
And
this is your question. Leave her one side, pack her one side. I talk this woman way killing husband. Those say some men and women where they marry, keep their age aside. So them for her, they never mature to marry. How you go accept to marry a man? You don't go carry your mind to one place. They listen, they waiting people they talk, they listen, waiting they happen. You go concentrate for your family. Now you don't kill the man. Who go marry her again when they for this high condition? And the prophetess or whoever, where they give them the water, when carry cook, you're supposed to arrest her. This thing they happen on a daily basis. So many women just they work out for nothing. They worry themselves over nothing. You dey inside my house, your mind no go take care. You don't go relax, do what you're supposed to. Play your role as a woman. Relax your mind. You go there just to worry yourself for what you know this. For me now, you see where she is. You know good. You know good. She no matter at all. I don't see plenty of them, both the one way crazy, both the one way husband blind die. Plenty of them like that. Let people relax their mind, focus on what they come for. Leave all this side talk and their distractions. And the one where this person, or my is the old person. Don't be say money no day. Why you might go the old people will work for us? Why these people stay heartless? Money day where you they collect here and there, trillion. Check this way a man become the minister of work. All the projects now trillion. No one will go with trillion.
All right.
Why the poor people?
Thank you.
Come be woman for that matter after you go arrest her.
Thank you.
The process will go a long way.
Thank you. Hello. Good evening, sir.
Mr. George from Other George.
Mr. John, carry on.
I no get time for our country problem. Waiting I want to ask, which station you want go find your greener pastor, make I come there.
I there with you here, no worry. All the spirit is still there with you here. All right, make we enter SMS, make we look inside the SMS. Well, I don't always talk. I'm saying make you follow me for Facebook, Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu. If you know they follow me there, go look for me there now. Follow me there. All right, make we look SMS sharply.
Okay, SMS time. You don't reach. This one say, good evening, Mazi and MC Kuro, MC Evangelist Open Seat. Any president that can make a change of this present government in Nigeria, I welcome it. Since the president don't consider the poor masses in Nigeria. David Umai, pay the people if you are owing them. Madam Cynthia from Rupoko. Mazi, MC Kuro, and Open Seat. On a good evening. This kind country, they wonder me. President go did. They accuse the minister. In no go fit call them to order. Now, wow, one love from Transamadi.
One love, thank you.
Good evening, Mazi. Mazi, you don't jam your type for bad English today. I like
the struggle.
Bright Oswago.
Bright, thank you very much.
The woman don't succeed because the man no go see another woman for grave.
Oh, Chineke. He send a final home.
Okay, man, enter WhatsApp.
Enter WhatsApp. When I look for Facebook, here Charlie Man Obinazio, he say, I pity ADC. In fact, anything that will make them give a party ticket to Atiku will be end of ADC in Nigeria. Peter B is the reason why people are following ADC, not Atiku. How do you know? He just conclude like that. You know the pressure where Atiku get. He said, let Atiku rest or face another failure again. Dave Umahi should go and face his trial for abusing a woman. The woman that, her husband with, the woman that killed her husband with charm is very wicked. They say your name not Charles Obinazio. Okay, take from there before I look inside this one. This one plenty.
This one,
Matthias, you kid the quartem pepper.
Mazi, where are you going? TM from Oyibo. This one say, Atiku. Hello, Mazi and MC Open Seat. The protesters we protest to the finalists with tear gas mask. Now we they break all the tear gas with them do juice pour for their body. All this is them no say them suppose they wear tear gas mask since. Atiku they grind to become president every election. In don't come again when others they protest against the manual election transmission. He was nowhere to be found after them fight finish. Income chop winning.
Okay, winning. Thank you very much. It is strong, making secure struggle with you there. Okay, Chidadi Matthias, you write a very long time paper here. I'm not gonna take all. I will just take the first one here. You say, you say, Umahi, make you remember King Nebuchadnezzar. He says the King Nebuchadnezzar story because if he can be turned to animal and feed on grass, then who is devil Umahi? Let him free the woman. Okay, you say, I thank God that there are people to rush the Okada man to hospital. Yes, so now could go some and help him. If not, that man no for survive him at all. Because if you see him face, he no for survive him. He say, if not, maybe by now he would have died, and that they would target on the heads of men. Being the one that killed him. Okay, well, we never fit tell who killed the boy. Investigation fit they go on if the matter still reach police here. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that today for now. Well, tomorrow we go still continue again waiting they happen still day here. Onye Biarije, the final one. That is the original Onye Biarije. Ananam. See you people in the future.
Rumakini, official strategic development notice. In line with global real estate transparency standards and investor protection principles, this serves as an official clarification to the public and investment community. The land historically known as Nsumide is the traditional property of Obuakachi/Onuo family of Mbodoalu and was lawfully transferred over 15 years ago to reputable institutional bodies and qualified private beneficiaries. These include Association of Medical Doctors, Unique Chuba Cooperative Society, ASU Cooperative Body, Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic lecturers, the Okachi family, and distinguished Nigerian investors following the landmark judgments in suit number PHC/1409/2013 and suit number PHC/2881/2016. The court unequivocally affirmed ownership and development rights in favor of Umuakachi/Onuo family and lawful beneficiaries. Post-judgment, the family and beneficiary institutions formally mandated Odebola Properties Limited to execute a structured, master-planned urban development aligned with international real estate and infrastructure delivery standards. Today, all development activities remain court-backed, structurally regulated, institutionally supported, investor secured. Odebola Properties Limited continues to work in collaboration with institutional stakeholders and community leadership to deliver a premium, future-forward residential and investment environment built on global best practices. The public and investor community are advised to rely strictly on verified information from the recognized associations. Umuakachi/Onuo family, Odebola Properties Limited. This notice is issued in the interest of lawful compliance, structured growth, and sustainable urban legacy development. Issued for recognized associations represented by Professor Chizindu Aliko, Dr. Hart Josiah, Barrister Mrs. Salem Amakri, Dr. Victor Ikenga, Dr. Job Otokwala, and Barrister Okachi for Umuakachi/Onuo family.